Chapter 1852. The Emperor-to-be appears hammered. Not only did he come from a good family, but his father was also the #1 master in Barren City. He also had amazing talent. He had a low-class heaven spiritual body and the potential to become a sovereign. He was known as the only person with the potential to become a sovereign in Barren City for hundreds of thousands of years. With his status and talent, his path had been smooth. Ever since he was young, he had always been able to get whatever he wanted. This time, not only did Xueqi dare to disobey him, but Ming also dared to injure him, insult him, and even kill so many experts from the HA family. He must make Ming regret it. However, the next moment, he shouted in fear. "Quick, increase the speed." That was because at that moment, Ming and Xueqi's speed suddenly increased greatly. It was as if they were traveling through the void. Their speed was shocking as they approached them at an extreme speed. Ming and Xueqi's speed suddenly increased greatly because of bubbles. Bubbles cast a space-time law that enveloped the two of them. The two of them seemed to be able to travel through the void. "Hurry, hurry, we're almost at the HA family's house. Hurry up!" Hamlet kept shouting, his body trembling in fear. "Young master, you go first. I'll block them. Let's go," the Absolute Saint said and threw Hamilton forward. He stopped in his tracks and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed dozens of times at Ming and Nangong Wuk. As for Hamlet, he was frantically running forward. This place was not far from the HA family mansion. As long as he could escape to the HA family, his life would be saved. "Let's join forces and kill him," Ming said. Chirping. The bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble. Then it disappeared. In the next moment, it reappeared on the Absolute Saint's body and enveloped him. "Chaos finger." Ming pointed his finger and a huge finger shot towards the other party. Xueqi's two scimitars spun rapidly, turning into a destructive storm that swept toward the other party. There was no suspense. Ming, Bubbles, and Xueqi could fight against an ordinary Absolute Saint in the upper tier. They could even defeat and kill their opponent. Now that the three of them had joined forces, their power was even more terrifying. The attacks of the three landed, and the Absolute Saint expert didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. Ming and Xueqi rushed past them without stopping. The people who followed from the distance were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was unimaginable. An Absolute Saint in the Great Perfection realm was instantly killed. Ming and Xueqi's cultivation base was clearly only at the Supreme Saint realm. These people are definitely the peerless heavens favorites from outside Barren City. Interesting. We're almost at the HA family mansion. I wonder what the result is? Many people followed, wanting to find out what was going on. In front of him, Hamilton saw that the Absolute Saint expert had been killed in an instant. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He held his breath and rushed forward. A vast and majestic mansion appeared before his eyes. Hamlet was overjoyed. They had arrived at the HA family's mansion. Once they arrived, he would be safe. Next it would be his crazy revenge. However, behind him, Ming and Xueqi had no intention of stopping. They were charging towards him at an alarming speed. Hamlet was almost scared to death. He shouted as he charged, "Help, help! Father, help!" At that moment, Ming and Xueqi were approaching Hamlet at top speed. Whoosh! Ming waved his hand, and an Absolute Saint weapon pierced through the void toward Hamilton. Hamlet wanted to dodge in fear, but he realized that he could not do so at all. His ability was far inferior to Ming's. "Audacious fanatic, you're courting death." At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the HA family mansion. A ray of light shot out and collided with Ming's Absolute Saint weapon, knocking it away. Then, a figure flickered out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in all directions. "Father!" Hamlet was ecstatic. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He looked a bit like Hamlet. He was Hamlet's father, Zhang, the #1 master of Barren City and an expert of the Emperor-to-be realm. Zhang has appeared. The young man and woman are in danger. The people who were following him all stopped far away. Ming and Xueqi also stopped. "Father, these two people are extremely audacious. They have killed several elders. Hurry up and kill them." "No, leave that woman behind. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death," Hamlet shouted. Seeing Zhang, Hamlet was relieved. He knew that he was fine now. Next, he would take his revenge. Lu Ming and the rest had actually made him look so miserable. He should be hacked into pieces. He should be killed. Ha Zheng's gaze was very cold as he swept a cold glance at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. Let's go. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yu. The two of them moved, turning into two shadows and retreating. You want to leave? Dang. Ha Zheng shouted and threw a punch. A vast fist force pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming and the others. I can't resist it, let's go. Lu Ming was about to ask Bubbles to open the space-time tunnel and leave this place. However, at this moment, 1,000-meter-long sword radiance appeared and slashed at Ha Zheng's fist radiance. With a loud boom, the sword radiance and the fist radiance disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not leave but stopped in the distance. Ha Zheng's gaze looked up into the sky, where a white-haired elder appeared. This person had a long sword on his back and looked like a sage. It's the Mo clan's clan head. Around them, someone exclaimed. The Mo family was one of the 7 most powerful forces in Barren City. The head of the Mo family was an absolute saint in the Great Circle. Why did he help Lu Ming and block Ha Zheng's attack? Not only the others, even Lu Ming himself was puzzled. It was his first time in Barren City and he didn't know anyone. Mo Qingshan, you know those two? Ha Zheng asked in a deep voice. I don't know him. Mo Qingshan shook his head. I don't know you and you want to stop me? It seems like you are tired of living. A hint of killing intent flashed through Ha Zheng's eyes. Ha Zheng, what big words you have. At this moment, a deep voice came from another direction, and then a burly middle-aged man appeared. At the same time, other figures also appeared in other directions. Including Mo Qingshan, there were a total of 6 figures. Leaders of the 6 major forces. What's going on? The leaders of the 6 major forces have all arrived. Could it be because of that young man? That's impossible. What's going on? Upon seeing the 6 figures, the scene broke out into a discussion. These 6 people were the leaders of the other 6 forces in Barren City. Each of them was in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Why were they all here at the same time? Many people were puzzled. What's the matter for the 6 of you to come to my Ha family? Ha Zheng's face darkened. Could it be because of those 2? Then, he turned to look at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. I've already said that we don't know those 2. We're here to look for you. Mo Qingshan squinted his eyes and said. Chapter 1853. Chapter 1853 Savage Barren Ancient Realms Whereabouts. You're looking for me? What's the matter? Ha Zheng asked. I'm looking for you because of the ancient wilderness realm, of course. Mo Qingshan continued. These words caused many people's hearts to tremble. The ancient savage barren realm was only a legend in Barren City. No one had been able to find it for countless years. Could it be that Ha Zheng had some clues? Lu Ming was also greatly shocked. Didn't he come here to search for the savage barren ancient realm and the savage crystal? Ha ha ha, savage barren ancient realm? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. How would one know where the savage barren realm is? Ha Zheng laughed out loud. Ha Zheng, you're still trying to hide it even now? You entered the ancient savage barren realm a few months ago, didn't you? Mo Qingshan's words shocked the rest of the people. Ha Zheng had entered the ancient savage barren realm. Was that true? Everyone's eyes were on Ha Zheng. Ha Zheng's expression was as dark as a piece of charcoal. It seems that there's a traitor in the HA family. Ha Zheng said coldly, enunciating each word. But in other words, he admitted it. Many people's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Was there really such a thing as the savage barren ancient land in this world? It was rumored that there were countless treasures in the ancient savage barren realm. Ha Zheng, tell me the entrance to the ancient savage barren realm. A tall and sturdy man spoke. This person was the Pang clan's patriarch. He held a thick iron rod in his hand, and as he waved it, it made whooshing sounds. The leaders of the other forces also released their powerful auras and locked onto Ha Zheng. You want to threaten me? You guys are still lacking. Ha Zheng said. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. A river of laws surrounded his body. This was the symbol of an emperor-to-be. Only when one completely mastered a type of law could a river of laws be formed. Oh really? I'd like to give it a try. The Pang family head's body swelled up, and his aura was like a rainbow. The iron rod in his hand expanded, turning into a giant rod that reached the sky. With the force of Mount Tai, he pressed down on Ha Zhang. Ha Zhang's expression darkened. The river of laws danced, and his fist radiance shook the sky as he punched out. Boom! The terrifying boom shook the entire barren city. The giant stick was blown away by Ha Zhang, but he was also forced to step back, causing the void to tremble. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Ha Zhang had actually been forced to retreat. That was an emperor-to-be who controlled a complete set of laws. With the river of laws surrounding him, his combat power was astonishing. He could easily crush people in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. However, Ha Zhang had actually been forced to retreat by a person in the great circle of the Absolute Saint stage. Ha ha ha, Ha Zhang. I heard that you were heavily injured after entering the ancient savage barren realm. As expected, with your current battle power, how can you fight against the six of us? The Pang family's patriarch laughed. Many people came to a sudden realization. So Ha Zhang was injured. No wonder his battle prowess had been greatly reduced. We were going to take action in a few days, but since you've shown up today, well, take action while we're at it. Ha Zhang, one advise you to tell us the entrance to the ancient barbaric realm. Otherwise, the HA family will disappear from Barren City from now on. Another leader of a force said coldly. Ha Zhang's expression was extremely dark. There was a traitor in his Ha family, and he had great power. Otherwise, he would not have known that he had entered the ancient savage barren realm and had been injured. If he was at his peak, he would not be afraid even if the six forces joined forces. But now, he had not recovered from his injuries and was no match for the combined forces of the six forces. Do you really want to go to the ancient savage barren realm? Let me tell you, the ancient savage barren realm is very dangerous. I was injured before I even went deep. Ha Zhang said. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is tell me the entrance to the ancient savage barren realm. Mo Qingshan said. Which martial arts powerhouse had not walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Why would they be afraid of danger? Moreover, danger was often accompanied by opportunities. If one could obtain it, they would soar to the sky in one go. It is fine if you want me to tell you the entrance to the ancient wild region. However, you have to promise me one thing. A hint of killing intent flashed through Ha Zhang's eyes. What is it? Mo Qingshan asked. Help me kill those two little bastards. Ha Zhang's gaze shifted to Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. Mo Qingshan, the Pang family's master, and the others also turned to look at Lu Ming. It's just two juniors, easy. Mo Qingshan's eyes glowed with a cold light. A powerful aura spread towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He then sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yu and Rao Pao. Swish! At this moment, a ray of sword light bloomed from Mo Qingshan's hand and headed towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. People in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm had profound cultivation and powerful combat strength. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were far from being their match. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted as he and Qiu Yu retreated rapidly. Do you think you can escape from my hands? Behead him. Mo Qingshan shouted coldly as he unsheathed the long sword on his back. It transformed into an endless sword radiance that blotted out the sky and covered the sun as it flew towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had no way of avoiding it. Many people sighed. These two young men with unparalleled talent were going to fall here. Although the two of them were talented, they were no match for an old monster like the head of the Mo family. Endless sword light enveloped them, stabbing Lu Ming and Qiu Yu until they were like a hornet's nest. However, there was no trace of blood-red light. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's bodies shattered like illusions. In the next moment, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's figures suddenly appeared beside Hamodi. Not good. Stop. Ha Zhang's expression changed drastically. He roared and wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Ming clasped Hamilton's neck and held him in his hands. If you make a move, I'll kill him. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard, causing Ha Zhang to stop in his tracks. Let him go or you'll die a terrible death. Ha Zhang said coldly. He had been too careless. He had never expected that not only did Lu Ming not escape, but he also dared to take down Hammerty. He was simply too bold. Moreover, Lu Ming and the rest were too strange. They could suddenly appear next to Hamodi, catching him off guard. That was the law of time and space. Ha Zhang's gaze turned to Bubbles with shock in his eyes. Is that so? Lu Ming exerted force in his palm and flowly energy surged into Hamity's body, causing him to let out a shrill scream. Stop! Ha Zheng roared. Ha Zheng, are you going to kill these two little bastards or not? Mo Qingshan asked with a cold face. He was very upset. Not only did Lu Ming and Xueqi escape from his hands, but they had also taken control of Hamity. He had lost face. Kill your mother's fart. Ha Zheng cursed. How could he kill Hamity when he was already in Lu Ming's hands? Was he trying to kill Hamity? Mind your words, Mo Qingshan said with a cold face. Kid, let go of Morthy and he'll let you go. Ha Zheng glared at Lu Ming. Let him go? If you let us into the ancient savage barren realm, I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming said and retreated with Hamilton, away from Mo Qingshan, Ha Zheng, and the rest. Chapter 1854. Entering, Lu Ming held Hamity in his hand and made Ha Zheng hold back. The leaders of the other forces naturally did not dare to touch Lu Ming and the rest. You want to enter the ancient savage barren realm? Ha Zheng asked with a dark expression. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. If he had not heard the news from the ancient wilderness realm, Lu Ming would have asked Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and leave. All right, 111 let you in. Let Morthy go now. Ha Zheng said, a sharp glint in his eyes. As long as Lu Ming released Hamity, he would tear Lu Ming into pieces. Hee, do you think I'm stupid? I'll let him go after I enter the ancient savage barren realm. If I let him go now, 111 be seeking my own death. Lu Ming sneered. The ancient savage barren realm isn't a place you can enter as you wish. The best time is in a month's time. We can't enter now. Ha Zheng said with a dark expression. Then 111 wait for a month. After a month, I'll come back to find you. Lu Ming carried Hamity and retreated with Xueqi at high speed, disappearing from the place in the blink of an eye. Ha Zheng did not dare to chase after him. Ha Zheng. Then we'll meet again in a month. Mo Qingshan said. Then, his figure disappeared from the place. Following that, the other leaders of the other forces also left. Ha Zheng snorted coldly and returned to the Ha family mansion. The news that Ha Zheng knew about the savage barren realm spread like a whirlwind throughout Barren City, causing a huge uproar. Countless people were looking forward to the arrival of the next month. Lu Ming and Xueqi had already left Barren City and arrived at a remote place. They placed Hamilton inside the mountain and river diagram. He and Xueqi found a random place and went into closed-door cultivation. They would wait for a month. Cultivation knew no time, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, there was a sea of people outside the Ha family mansion. The Mo clan is here, someone said. From afar, a group of people flew over. There were hundreds of them. Mo Qingshan took the lead, and behind him were the experts of the Mo family. There were more than 10 absolute saints. Get lost. The Mo clan's tyrannical arrival caused many people to back off, leaving a large area for them. But no one dared to voice their anger. The Mo family was one of the 7 most powerful forces in Barren City. No one could compete with them. After the Mo family, the other 5 forces also arrived one by one. Each force had a large number of experts. Where's Ha Zheng? Mo Qingshan's eyes were fixed on the depths of the Ha clan's mansion, and his voice spread far and wide. Don't worry, one won't leave. From the depths of the Ha family mansion, Ha Zheng stepped out. A month has passed. Ha Zheng, let's go. Mo Qingshan said. There's no hurry, someone hasn't arrived yet. Ha Zheng said. Everyone knew that Ha Zheng was referring to Lu Ming and Xueqi. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, figures flashed over from the distance. They were Lu Ming and Xueqi. Brat, where's my son? Ha Zheng looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had an idea. Hammer suggested that it should be in Lu Ming's hands. Don't worry. I'll let him go once we enter the ancient savage barren realm. Ha Zheng was relieved to see that Hamilton was fine. He said, all right, let's go. Wait a minute. One think that there are too many people here. Some random people don't even have the right to enter the ancient savage barren realm. Mo Qingshan's eyes were like swords as he scanned the surroundings. That's right. The 7 of us will be enough to enter the ancient savage barren realm. All other people get lost. The Pang family head said. What? You want us to leave? You're too overbearing. That's right. In the ancient savage barren realm, Anyone who hears of it will have a share. You'll only anger the masses. There are so many of us here, so we don't have to be afraid of you. Instantly, the scene became noisy, and many people cried out in dissatisfaction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword light bloomed from Mo Qingshan's hand and shot into the crowd. Screams rang out as more than 10 experts were killed by the sword light. The crowd was shocked and retreated frantically, their eyes filled with fear. Whoever follows will end up like this. Mo Qingshan revealed a sinister smile. The powerhouses from the other forces also looked around with unfriendly eyes. The others' expressions were ugly, but they didn't dare to voice their anger. The difference in strength was too great, and talking too much would only lead to death. We can go now. Mo Qingshan's gaze swept towards Ha Zheng. Let's go. Ha Zheng nodded and stepped forward. Ha Zheng, you're the only one from your Ha clan who's going? Mo Qingshan asked. I alone am enough. Ha Zheng had his hands behind his back, looking like a powerful expert. Mo Qingshan and the other masters of the other forces had looks of suspicion in their eyes, but they did not say anything. The powerhouses from the 6 major forces, Lu Ming and Xueqi left Barren City with Ha Zheng. The others didn't dare to follow and could only watch. After flying for an hour, they stopped at a calm lake. The entrance to the ancient savage barren realm is here? Mo Qingshan asked doubtfully. It's just not time yet. One spent thousands of years before one found some clues in an ancient book. Just wait. After Ha Zheng finished speaking, he stood above the lake and closed his eyes to rest. The others could only wait in silence. Soon, the sun set, and the afterglow shone on the earth. Walala! The calm surface of the lake suddenly became choppy, and all kinds of fish jumped on the surface of the lake. Go to the bottom of the lake. Ha Zheng shouted and rushed to the bottom of the lake. The others quickly followed. As soon as he reached the bottom of the lake, he saw a black vortex. Many people's eyes lit up. Was this the entrance to the savage barren ancient realm? Ha Zheng was the first to rush into the entrance of the ancient wilderness realm, and the others followed suit. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed into the entrance. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a large grassland. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless grassland. It was vast and majestic, giving off a wild and ancient feeling. In the surroundings, Ha Zheng and the powerhouses from the other 6 great factions were present. Above their heads, the vortex hung in the air like a dark moon. Was this the ancient savage barren realm? Many people looked around. Brat, can you give me my son now? Ha Zheng looked at Lu Ming. What's the hurry? Lu Ming carried Hammerty and flew away with Xueqi. What are you doing? Why aren't you putting down the Morthi? Ha Zheng roared, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. If I let him go now, who knows if you'll kill me? Of course I'll let him go when we're far away. Lu Ming's voice was heard and he flew further and further away. Haha, so this is the savage barren ancient realm? Let's go. Let's go too. The other 6 forces all flew into the distance, as if they were afraid that their treasures would be taken away. It was said that the ancient savage barren realm was full of treasures. They naturally had to make the best use of their time to search for treasures. No one saw the flash of fear and anxiety in Ha Zheng's eyes. Chapter 1855. Chapter 1855 Sudden Change. Arrested Lu Ming only threw away Hamilton after flying 100 miles away. He and Xueqi flew forward at top speed. At this distance, even if Ha Zheng was about to attack, they could get Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and escape. Seeing that Lu Ming had let go of Hammerty, Ha Zheng burst out with a terrifying speed and appeared beside Hammerty. He grabbed Hammerty and then retreated rapidly, rushing toward the vortex. Lu Ming naturally saw this scene. No, Ha Zheng seems to be very afraid and wants to leave. Is there danger here? Lu Ming's expression changed at the thought of this. Let's go back. Lu Ming shouted and pulled Xueqi's hand, about to rush toward the vortex. Boom! At this moment, a battle axe appeared in the sky. It was extremely huge, and it slashed down at Ha Zheng. Damn it! Ha Zheng roared, and a river of laws appeared. He punched out and sent the battle axe flying. However, at the same time, a huge hand as large as a mountain surrounded by a river of laws grabbed at Ha Zheng. This was an emperor-to-be, and an emperor-to-be had made a move. Ha Zheng waved his hand, and saint weapons flew out to block the hand while he charged toward the vortex. As he was already prepared, He was very close to the vortex. With a few flashes, he rushed near the vortex and rushed in, disappearing. At the same time that Ha Zhang was attacked, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were attacked as well. A huge mace was swung at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu with a terrifying aura. Absolute saint in the Great Circle. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The attack of this mace was at least equivalent to the attack power of a perfected absolute saint. It was not something that they could fight against at the moment. Bubbles waved her small hands and the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming and the rest. Their figures flickered rapidly and they dodged the attack. At the same time, the other forces of the barren city were also attacked. The attackers were all very powerful and shocking. Not good, we've been tricked. Damn it, I've fallen for Ha Zhang's vicious plan. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The people of the 6 major forces roared loudly, wanting to retreat toward the vortex. However, a figure appeared in the sky. These figures were extremely burly and were at least 2 meters tall. They were all wearing animal skins, revealing their muscular arms. Some carried battle axes on their backs, while others carried maces, just like the people of the ancient tribes. However, each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They were like giant beasts from the ancient times and were extremely shocking. Lu Ming sensed that most of them were absolute saints. A few of them were surrounded by the river of laws. They were emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's heart sank. He finally knew why Ha Zhang had come in alone without bringing any experts from the HA family. It was obvious that Ha Zhang had known about the situation here, so he immediately rushed toward the vortex after rescuing Hementi. It was too late for Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the rest to rush to the vortex. Who are you people? We have no ill intentions. Mo Qingshan's panicked voice rang out. These ancient barbarian-like people were too strong. They were no match for them at all. Take them down. A deep voice rang out. Those tall figures made their move, and terrifying attacks poured towards them. Especially those emperors-to-be. The river of laws condensed into a huge hand. With a grab, a large number of people were captured without any resistance. Boom! In the sky, a huge hand covered the sky and cast a huge shadow as it grabbed at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. This was the attack of an emperor-to-be. Just now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed an amazing movement technique and attracted an emperor-to-be. Bubble, let's go! Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her hands and a space-time tunnel was formed, leading directly to the vortex. Lu Ming and the rest rushed into the space-time tunnel and avoided the attack of the large hand. Just as they were about to rush into the space-time tunnel, a tall and burly figure suddenly appeared in front of the vortex. With a grab, the space-time tunnel collapsed and Lu Ming and the others were caught by the huge hand. Lu Ming felt a surge of powerful energy surge towards him, sealing his cultivation. A martial emperor powerhouse. I'm not going to die here, right? Lu Ming was extremely indignant. Immediately, his body went numb and his vision turned black. He fainted. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he woke up. Where was this place? Lu Ming looked around and realized that he was in a secret room. The walls of the secret room were made of a black metal and were as smooth as a mirror. Qiu Yu and Bubbles were lying not far away from him. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy and surged it into Qiu Yu and Bubbles' bodies. After a while, Qiu Yu and Bubbles woke up one after another. Brother Lu Ming, where is this place? Chirpy. Pow Pow blinked her large eyes as she sized up her surroundings. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. He was thinking rapidly. Who were those people who looked like barbarians? Was this really the wild sacred region? I'll bring you guys out, said Bubbles. She then executed her space-time laws, causing ripples to appear in the void. She wanted to break through space and leave this place, but the surrounding walls suddenly glowed, causing Bubbles to almost crash into them. The bubble could travel through space, but it could not break through the walls on all sides. Let me do it. Lu Ming stepped forward and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art, throwing a punch. Boom! The fist hit the wall, making a violent boom, but the wall did not move at all. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current combat strength, a full-force punch could probably smash a great saint weapon into pieces. However, this wall was completely undamaged. The laws of chaos. Space-time law. At this moment, a cry of surprise could be heard. It was an extremely shocked voice. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. In the corner of the secret room, There was an extremely burly man. He was dressed in similar clothes to those who had brought them in. Ming had seen this person earlier, but at that time, his attention was on Xueqi and Bubbles and he did not pay attention to them. The burly man sized up Ming and Bubbles, still looking surprised. After a while he said, "Guys, don't waste your energy. The walls here are made of wild black gold. They can isolate the saint power and are extremely strong. Unless you have the cultivation of a martial supreme, you can't break them." Wild black gold. Ming muttered. He had never heard of such a metal. It actually required a martial supreme to break it. No wonder it did not move at all when he punched it just now. "Senior, where is this place? Why did those people want to capture us?" Ming asked. "Of course it's the ancient savage barren realm. You've come here on your own, so don't tell me you don't know what this place is. As for the people who captured you, they are naturally the Desolate race from the savage barren ancient region." The burly man explained. "Desolate race? You are from the Desolate race?" Xueqi exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1856. Desolate Race, Cage Battle Arena. "Oh? Young lady, have you heard of the Desolate race?" The burly man looked at Xueqi in surprise. "I once read about it in an ancient book that Master left behind. It is said that the Desolate race is an extremely ancient race, but in RHE distant past, they had disappeared from the world. I never expected that they would be in the legendary savage barren ancient region." Xueqi said. "Haha, the young lady is right. The Desolate race has been in seclusion for a very long time. They have been living in seclusion in the ancient savage barren realm. One never expected that you would be able to find your way in. From what one know, it has been a very long time since any outsiders have entered." The burly man said. The bodies of the Desolate race were all extremely burly, and they were very different from ordinary people. Hence, it was needless to say that the burly man knew that Ming and company had entered from the outside. "Senior, where is this place?" Ming asked again. "The Cage Battle Arena." The burly man said. "What's a cage battle arena?" Ming frowned. The burly man explained patiently. The Desolate race was hidden in the ancient wilderness realm and outsiders did not know about it. Ming and company had barged in rashly, so they would naturally be captured. And this place was a huge cage battle arena of the Desolate race. The people locked up here had committed grave crimes or were slaves. They had to participate in a death match, fight with other slaves, fight with ferocious beasts, and fight with the Desolate race experts who came here to train. The Desolate race loved to battle, so a death match would attract countless members of RHE Desolate race to watch. Ming understood. They were captured and directly treated as slaves to participate in the death match for the Desolate race to watch. As for the burly man, because of Fangua's great crime, he had also become a slave and had to participate in a life-and-death battle. The death match in the cage battle arena is usually a battle between those of the same level. As long as you win 100 battles in a row, you'll be able to obtain freedom and leave this place. You and that little doll control the laws of chaos and the laws of time and space, so you definitely have a chance of winning 100 battles. The burly man explained. Win 2 matches in a row and you'll be free. Ming's eyes lit up. As long as they could regain their freedom, they would have a chance. Of course, the Desolate race loves to fight, and they respect people with strong combat strength the most. The burly man said. He then looked at the innermost wall and said, when the deathmatch begins, that wall will appear. This is also a chance for us deathmatch fighters to observe other people's combat strength. Next, Ming and the rest chatted with the burly man for a while. It was the first time the burly man had met an outsider, and he was rather enthusiastic. He told them everything he knew, allowing Ming and the rest to have a better understanding of the place. After an unknown amount of time, the inner wall of the secret room suddenly glowed, and then a massive image appeared. It was an enormous cage battle arena that was extremely wide. Surrounding the cage battle arena were rows of spectator stands that were filled with people. All of them were burly Desolate race members. Even the women were more than 2 meters tall. They were burly, with the backs of tigers and waists of bears. They were filled with strength. A deafening howl could be heard through the screen. Even sound could be heard from this scene. It was truly amazing. However, the experts in the world of martial Tao controlled the laws of heaven and earth. Laws were the foundation of the world, so no matter how wondrous things were, they could create them. It was not surprising. The cage battle had begun. Roar, roar, A roar sounded out, and an enormous fierce beast walked out of a large door on the side of the cage battle arena. This was a tiger-shaped ferocious beast, but its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its fangs were like swords, and it looked extremely ferocious. "This is a wild mutant," Lu Ming muttered. These beasts looked very ancient and were rarely seen in the outside world. They could only be found in the ancient wildlands. Meanwhile, a figure walked out of a large door on the other side of the cage battle arena. Mo Qing Shan. Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Bubbles' hearts were moved. The person who walked out was actually Mo Qing Shan. "This person came in from the outside with you, right?" the burly man asked. "That's right. This person is very strong. He's in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the opportunity to escape if you let him out like this?" Lu Ming asked. "Escape? There are no less than 5 martial sovereigns guarding this cage battle arena, and if he were to escape, only death would await him as he would be instantly killed," the burly man said in disdain. 5 martial sovereigns? Lu Ming drew in a breath of cold air. The strength of the Desolate race was truly extraordinary. It was only a cage battle arena, yet it was actually not inferior to 5 martial emperors overseeing it. It was truly terrifying. Mo Qingshan's expression was extremely ugly. Initially, he had brought the experts of the Mo clan into the savage barren ancient realm in search of treasures. However, he did not expect to be ambushed the moment he entered and be captured to this place. He was also told that he would only be free if he won 100 battles in a row. At this moment, Mo Qingshan's heart sank. This was because the beast he was facing had an extremely terrifying aura. Without a doubt, it was also in the great circle of the absolute saint realm, and it was a wild mutant. Its battle power was hard to predict. Roar! The ferocious beast roared and pounced towards Mo Qingshan. Its 4 limbs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to rumble. Kill! Mo Qingshan also let out a roar as he unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword light cut through the void and slashed towards the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast's roar was like thunder. That roar actually formed a terrifying sound wave that destroyed the sword light. At the same time, it extended its huge claw and shattered the sword light. Mo Qingshan's expression was grave as he soared into the sky. Endless sword light poured down from the sky and slashed at the ferocious beast. However, most of the sword light was destroyed by the ferocious beast. A few sword lights slashed at the body of the ferocious beast and actually produced the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying in all directions. Mo Qingshan's sword light was actually unable to break through the defense of the ferocious beast. It only left a few sword marks on its scales. The ferocious beast broke through the sword light and pounced towards Mo Qingshan. With a swipe of its claw, it sent Mo Qingshan flying. Mo Qingshan continued to retreat, his face a little pale. Roar! The ferocious beast revealed a malevolent expression and continued to pounce towards Mo Qingshan. Mo Qingshan was no match for the ferocious beast. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in a row. Mo Qingshan was completely at a disadvantage. There was one time when his body was almost torn apart. He managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth, but he was also seriously injured. "This old master won't play with you anymore." Mo Qingshan let out a loud roar as his figure soared into the sky. He actually wanted to break through the sky above the cage battle arena and escape. However, at this moment, a huge palm formed in the sky above the cage battle arena and pressed down on Mo Qingshan. "No!" Mo Qingshan roared. However, under the giant palm, it was difficult for him to escape and he was sent flying out of the arena. The ferocious beast roared and seized the opportunity to grab Mo Qingshan. It tore Mo Qingshan into pieces with all its might and swallowed him in one gulp. "You fled the cage battle arena without thinking. Kill without mercy. Kill." An imposing voice sounded out in the sky above RHE cage battle arena. At this moment, in the other secret rooms, the people from the Imperial City who had entered with Lu Ming and the others naturally saw everything that had happened in the cage battle arena. Their faces were extremely pale. Next, they would have to face the same scene. How was it possible to win Lu battles in a row? He didn't expect that the ancient savage barren realm wasn't a land of treasure. But hell, it's ale because of that Ha Zhang. Many people were secretly resentful. They finally understood why Ha Zhang had come in alone without bringing anyone from the HA clan. Chapter 1857. The Desolate Race's combat strength. Next, the deathmatch continued. The second person to go up was also an outsider. He was the leader of another of the 6 forces in Barren City. He was also an absolute saint in the Great Circle. This time, he was facing a Desolate race member in the perfected absolute saint realm. However, the Desolate race's combat strength was slightly stronger than the beast from before. After a dozen moves, the leader of the faction was killed. After that, almost all the people who went up were outsiders. It seemed like the Desolate race was very curious about the outsiders, and wanted to see how strong they were. However, more than a dozen people went up in a row, and none of them won a single round. They were all killed. Ming realized that be it the Desolate race or the ferocious beasts, their combat strength was very high. In a battle of the same level, they could completely suppress martial arts experts from the outside world. The Desolate race seems to have extremely strong bodies. The laws they use are also related to strength. They have infinite strength. They are indeed a race that loves to fight. Ming pondered in his heart. After that, there were more than a dozen battles. Without exception, there were no winners among the outsiders and they were all killed. The remaining outsiders were in despair. They couldn't even win a single battle, let alone winning 100 in a row. This was completely impossible. At this moment, the light on the wall dimmed. The day's cage battle ended, and it continued on the second day. That night, Ming, Bubbles, and Xueqi sat cross-legged and cultivated in silence. The 3 of them had no fear of fighting at the same level, and they believed that they would win 100 battles in a row. The next day, the death match continued. The ones who went up were still outsiders, but the outcome was the same as yesterday. Almost all of them were killed. One person wanted to escape, but he was mercilessly killed by the Desolate race's experts. On the third day, there was finally a heaven's favorite with profound battle prowess who won a round. For the next 10 days, the death match did not stop. Every day, the cage battle arena was filled to the brim. It was clear how fanatical the Desolate race was towards battle. Hundreds of people from Barren City had died in battle. But there were few victors. Even if they won, they would have to participate in the second and third death match the next day. The later the battle, the stronger the battle prowess. Therefore, almost no one could win 10 battles in a row, let alone 100. The outsiders' combat power is actually so weak. They are indeed very weak. My Desolate race is the true battle race of the world. The outsiders can't even withstand a single blow. During this period of time, waves of such voices sounded out in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. In the past 10 days, it was not Ming's turn. Time flew by and another 10 days passed. On the 21st day, the group of them came to Ming's secret chamber. You go out and fight to the death. One of the brawny men pointed at Ming. Is it finally my turn? Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He wanted to see if the Desolate race would really give him his freedom after winning 100 battles. Brother Ming, you can do it. Brother Ming will definitely win. Bubbles waved her small fists and cheered for Ming. Ming touched Bubbles' small head. You, be careful. Xueqi muttered after some thought. Don't worry. Ming smiled and then left with the Desolate race. After that, Ming walked along a passageway and entered the cage battle arena. Only when they truly stepped into the cage battle arena did they feel the magnificence of the arena. The surrounding grandstands within a radius of 100 miles were filled with people, and there were at least over 1 million people. The Desolate race's strength has probably exceeded our imagination. Ming looked around and was secretly shocked. It seemed that the Yuan continent was not as simple as it looked. Just like Yuan Mountain, on the surface, there were only 9 sacred lands. The powerful forces within the 9 sacred lands were extremely powerful. The forces outside the 9 sacred lands were all ordinary emperor-level forces, and their strength was not very strong. However, no one knew that in this isolated land, there was an ancient race, the Desolate race, living in seclusion. They were so powerful that they probably surpassed many of the powerful factions in the Holy Lands. Ming sized up his surroundings, and the surrounding Desolate race members were also sizing him up. This person is so young. What is his cultivation level? One just reported that it's a duel between great sages. This means that this person has the cultivation of great sages. He's such a young great sage. It seems that he's a heaven's favorite from the outside world. One wonder how strong he is? On the grandstand, the members of the Desolate race were in a heated discussion. Roar! With a loud roar, a huge beast rushed out of a door. This ferocious beast had the shape of a tiger. Its entire body was covered with scales. It was exactly the same as the ferocious beast that Mo Qingshan had fought with previously. It was obviously of the same race, but its cultivation was in the Great Sage Great Mastery realm. The beast roared and pounced at Lu Ming the moment it saw him. Lu Ming's palm glowed. Holy power surged and condensed into a long spear. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and the ground trembled. Lai dashed out like a bolt of lightning at an astonishing speed. He approached the beast in an instant and thrust his spear forward. The spear was like a flash of lightning as it pierced towards the beast's head. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the roar of the beast. The beast's head was pierced by Lu Ming and nailed to the ground. The entire place fell silent, then burst into loud cheers. In one move, he killed a fierce beast of the same level. His speed was like lightning. What shocking battle strength! He killed a tiger scale beast of the same level with one move. No wonder he's reached the Great Saint realm at such a young age. He must be a genius from the outside world. Someone from the outside world has finally appeared. At that moment, a Desolate race expert entered the scene and dragged away the corpse of the tiger scale beast. Do you choose to continue or rest and fight another day? A burly man with a battle axe on his back stood in the sky and looked at Lu Ming. "Eight again." Lu Ming answered without hesitation. "All right." The burly man nodded and left. Not long after, a figure stepped out of a large door and walked into the cage battle arena. This person looked to be in his 50s. Lai was wearing a piece of animal skin and his upper body was naked, revealing his strong muscles. This was an expert of the Desolate race, and his cultivation level was also at the Great Sage realm. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. As soon as he stepped into the field, a huge mace appeared in his hand and he stared at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming had just killed a tiger scale beast of the same level with one move. His combat strength was definitely shocking. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the man. The saint energy in his hand condensed into a long spear that was 1,000 meters long and he whipped it at Rrh man. The burly man from the Desolate race roared as his muscles bulged. Powerful energy surged into his mace as it came crashing down on Lu Ming. However, as the long spear swept past, the man screamed and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for thousands of meters before he stopped and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, this person would have been dead. "You've lost," Lu Ming said indifferently. He then looked up into the sky and said /Nextel. The crowd burst into an uproar. He had been defeated in one move again. "All right." A voice came from the sky. As the person from before retreated, another Desolate race expert walked out. However, just like before, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Chapter 1858. Chapter 1858 Invincible. After that, Lu Ming activated his crushing mode. Everyone who went to battle, be it beasts or Desolate race experts, were all defeated by Lu Ming in one move. To Lu Ming, he felt no pressure at all when he was at the same level. It was not a challenge at all. Within a short period of time, Lu Ming had won 19 matches in a row. He's so strong. This person's combat strength is truly shocking. It feels like he's unfathomable. Not bad. The surrounding Desolate race members did not feel dejected or angry because of the Desolate race expert's defeat. Instead, they became more and more excited. On the grandstand at the highest point, a few powerful Desolate race existences were also nodding their heads. This outsider's combat strength is pretty good. Let Desolate Blade try. One of them said. Not long after, a figure entered the cage battle arena. This person looked very young, about the same age as Lu Ming. He was extremely burly, at least 2.5 or 2.6 meters tall, much taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged as if he was filled with infinite power. It's Desolate Blade. Desolate Blade has made his move. Desolate Blade has already won 30 matches in a row. I wonder if he can stop this outsider. Huang Ran has a low-class celestial spiritual body. He might be able to fight. Upon seeing this youth, even more members of the Desolate race became excited, as they looked forward to the next battle. "Kid, you're very strong, but your winning streak has come to an end after meeting me." Barren Blade held a huge axe and looked at Lu Ming with a fighting spirit. "Make your move," Lu Ming said calmly. He was still holding the long spear that was condensed by holy power. "Arrogant, take this." Barren Blade shouted and charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe. He stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast. When he was not far from Lu Ming, he rushed into the sky and looked down. The giant axe chopped down at Lu Ming with great force. The aura was shocking. Inferior celestial spiritual body? It's just a law. It's just an ordinary law of strength. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he swept the long spear out. Thump. There was a loud boom. Just like Lu Ming's previous opponent, Desolate blade was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the cage battle arena. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's power was unfathomable and he was completely invincible. Thank you for showing mercy. Barren Blade cupped his fists and left. He had lost, and there was no need to fight. Another move. I'm afraid this person also has a heavenly spiritual body, and his level is even higher. One wonder if this person can win 100 consecutive victories. Lu Ming had defeated Desolate Blade in one move. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming could achieve a 100-win streak. It was not easy to obtain a 100-win streak. Those who could do so were the rare elites of the Desolate race. Fight again. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his fighting spirit soaring. His voice spread throughout the entire area. The next person to fight was not as powerful as Barren Blade, so Lu Ming won easily. Lu Ming launched his crazy winning streak mode. Moreover, he only needed one move for each battle. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. No one knew how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was. 30 wins, 40 wins, 50 wins. Very soon, Lu Ming had achieved a 90-win streak. At this moment, an expert descended from the sky and looked at Lu Ming. Kid, what's your name? Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming, very good. Your combat strength is very strong, and you are worthy of the Desolate race's respect. However, let's end today's battle here. There are only a limited number of Great Sage Great Mastery experts here today. We will need time to arrange them. The next 10 battles will be fought in 2 days. The Desolate race expert said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The further they went, the stronger the enemies they would face. It was normal for the other party to send stronger Great Sages. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He had yet to meet his match in a battle of the same level. After that, Lu Ming returned to the secret chamber. The battle for the day had come to an end. On the second day, it was not Lu Ming's turn to fight but Bubbles. When Bubbles entered the arena, everyone was a little stunned. It was unknown if it was due to a problem with Bubbles' constitution or something else, but she had never grown up. She always looked the same as when she had just transformed, 2 or 3 years old, pink and tender. Lu Ming guessed that it might be because the growth period of the top 10 beasts was longer. A 2 to 3-year-old little girl was truly a sight to behold. However, upon knowing that Bubbles' cultivation base had also reached the Great Sage realm, everyone's lips twitched. A 2 or 3-year-old little girl actually had the cultivation of a Great Sage. No, she doesn't seem to be a human, but a demon. Demons. Even if you're a demon, you're still so young after taking on human form. You're not that old, are you? That's true. I wonder what kind of combat strength he has. As the people around them discussed, the battle began. In the next moment, the battle ended. The entire place was silent. Many people did not even see how the battle had ended. Bubbles had only spat out a bubble and her opponent had been sent flying with heavy injuries. I want to continue fighting. Bubbles' tender voice reverberated throughout the entire area. For the rest of the battle, the entire arena could only be described as silent. Bubbles was the same as Lu Ming the day before. She unleashed her crushing mode and was even faster than Lu Ming. No matter who it was, Bubbles only had toot and wave her little hands, and the other party would be sent flying with heavy injuries. Not long after, Bubbles also achieved a 90-win streak. At this point, they had to stop and fight another day. As the bubble had only used a very short amount of time, today's battle continued. After that, Xueqi appeared. It was already shocking that Xueqi had reached the great saint perfection at her age, but the following battle was even more shocking. Sweep, another sweep. Xueqi had also won 90 consecutive battles before ending the battle. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xueqi did not participate in the battle. Instead, it was the others' battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally welcomed his 91st battle. The Desolate race had prepared for a few days, and the experts they sent out were indeed stronger. However, to Lu Ming, there was no difference in a battle between those of the same level, unless they were the children of God. It was still a sweep. 91 consecutive wins, 92 consecutive wins, 93 consecutive wins. Soon, it was 99 consecutive wins. During the 100th battle, the Desolate race finally sent out a heavyweight figure. This person was a young elite of the Desolate race. His spiritual body had reached a high-grade heavenly spiritual body, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming realized that the combat strength of the Desolate race, under the same conditions as the spirit body, was much stronger than the elites of the outside world. For example, this elite had a high-tier celestial spiritual body. His laws were not the laws of the king's path. His talent was comparable to the Yuan Empire's crown prince, Ouyang Wudao. If the two of them were at the same realm, the Desolate race member would definitely be stronger. However, to Lu Ming, he was no different from the other people. He was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive wins. The crowd cheered. It wasn't easy to achieve 100 consecutive victories. He didn't expect that an outsider would be able to achieve it. Chapter 1859. Cross-level 100-win streak. High up in the cage battle arena, a few Desolate race experts looked at Lu Ming with surprise in their eyes. He's very strong, and no one of the same rank can match him. I suggest that we let him cross levels and see his combat strength. He might be of great help to our Desolate race. You mean that matter? How is that possible? Not even the strongest paragons of our Desolate race have been able to complete it, so how can an outsider do it? How would you know if you don't try? Let's report this and see what the patriarchs think. A few Desolate race experts were discussing. After that, a person stepped down from the sky and landed in the arena. Senior, now that I've won 100 matches in a row, can I obtain my freedom? Lu Ming looked at the Desolate race expert. We can't. The Desolate race expert shook his head. Lu Ming's expression changed. Senior, one heard that the Desolate race has a rule. As long as you win 100 matches in a row, you can obtain freedom. Are the Desolate race going back on their word? At the scene, the others were also surprised. Indeed, as long as they won 100 rounds, be it slaves, beasts or anyone else, they would obtain their freedom. This was a rule passed down through the generations of the Desolate race. Why was the Desolate race expert saying that it was not possible? That rule only applies to the beings of the ancient savage barren realm. You are outsiders, so the conditions are even higher. If you can cross realms and win 100 consecutive victories, you will be free. The Desolate race expert said. Cross-level 100-win streak? Okay, I agree. Lu Ming clenched his fists and returned to the secret room. 100-win streak? Everyone in the stands was shocked. Then, they revealed looks of anticipation. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to achieve a cross-realm 100-win streak. Those who could achieve it were all peerless heavens favorites who later became peerless powerhouses. Would this outsider be able to complete it? After Lu Ming returned, it was Bubbles and Xueqi's turn. Without exception, Bubbles and Xueqi also successfully obtained 100 consecutive wins. However, they did not regain their freedom. Instead, they continued to return to the secret chamber. In an ancient castle within the Desolate race, a group of terrifying experts were discussing matters. I didn't expect that there would be 3 terrifying geniuses among the outsiders. One of them has mastered the laws of chaos, one has mastered the laws of space and time, and the last one has a king body and is also very strong. Perhaps I can use the help of these outsiders to complete that matter. I'm afraid that's impossible. In the past generations, there have been no lack of king physiques in our clan, but no one has been able to complete it. The other 2 are the children of God, so there might be hope. That little girl is too young. Although the space-time law is wonderful, it's not powerful enough. I'm afraid it won't work either. On the other hand, the young man named Lu Ming has mastered the chaos law. He might have a chance. Well then let's let that young man cross levels and fight. Let's see what level his combat power has reached before we make a decision. The Desolate race experts were discussing matters, but Lu Ming was completely unaware. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little worried. He and Bubbles should be able to achieve 100 consecutive victories if they were to fight across levels unless the other party also had a child of heaven. If not, they would have no problem. He was worried about Xueqi. Although Xueqi's combat strength was very strong, the Desolate race was a race that loved to battle. At the same level of combat strength, they were stronger than outsiders. What if the Desolate race also had a king physique? Xueqi would be in danger. Furthermore, Xueqi's cultivation was at the great circle of the Supreme Saint realm. She could fight an absolute saint? The difference between an absolute saint and a supreme saint was huge. This was the difference between a large realm and not something that a small realm could compare to. After a long while, Ming heaved a long sigh. There was no point in worrying now. He could only take one step at a time. On the second day, Ming's cross-level battle began. The cage battle arena was even more crowded. An outsider was about to engage in a cross-realm battle, which caused a huge uproar and attracted countless people to watch. Boom! 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 The earth rumbled. Ming's first cross-level battle was against a terrifying beast. It was a 10-meter-tall bear covered in scales. Its cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. However, Ming still only used one move to send the giant bear flying more than 10,000 meters away. His combat strength is indeed amazing. Even if his cultivation is one level higher, he can't even withstand a single blow. He's definitely not Ming's match in the beginning. We'll have to wait and see. Later on, there will be geniuses at the peak of the Great Sage realm. That's when the battle will be intense. Since Ming was able to win 100 consecutive battles at the same level, he naturally had the ability to fight above his level. Ordinary peak Great Saints were no match for Ming. If they wanted to watch, they would have to watch the battle between Ming and the Supreme Saints at the peak of the Great Saint realm. The crushing continued. Following that, Ming continued to crush them with a sweeping momentum. 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins. Very soon, Ming had achieved 80 consecutive victories. Starting from the 80th consecutive victory, there were a few heaven's favorites. There were those with the heavenly spiritual body, those with powerful divine arts, and even beasts with terrifying bloodlines. However, without any exception, they were all crushed by Ming. 90 consecutive wins, 95 consecutive wins, 99 consecutive wins. It was unstoppable. In the 100th battle of the cross-level battle, the Desolate race sent out a terrifying beast. This beast's physique was terrifyingly strong, but it was still easily defeated by Ming. Cross-level battle. 100 consecutive wins. The scene was in an uproar. A 100-win streak across levels was born. Moreover, it seemed that Ming was very relaxed and did not use much effort. How could he be so strong? The surrounding spectators were extremely shocked. Such experts were rare in the Desolate race's history. It was shocking that there was such a genius among the outsiders. Senior, can I regain my freedom? Ming raised his head and looked at the Desolate race expert in the sky. Sure. The Desolate race expert nodded and then changed the topic. However, I'll give you a choice. Do you accept? What choice? Ming asked. I know that the lady called Xueqi and the little girl called Bubbles are your friends. The choice is clear. You can give them this opportunity and they will be free without fighting. However, you must continue to challenge. The Desolate race expert spoke. You want to continue the challenge? Ming narrowed his eyes. That's right. You can fight 2 levels above you and fight with a great saint in the Great Circle. If you can fight 2 levels above you and win 100 consecutive victories, you can also regain your freedom. The Desolate race expert said. His words caused an uproar. Crossing 2 levels and obtaining 100 consecutive victories? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That's right. That's impossible. No one can do it, unless those 2 levels higher are all ordinary people. In the history of the Desolate race, no one has ever been able to do it. And this time, it's even more impossible. Don't forget that our Desolate race's #1 genius is currently in the Great Circle of the Great Sage realm. This person probably won't agree, right? It was almost impossible for a Heaven's Pride expert to win 100 consecutive victories if he or she was 2 levels higher. However, to everyone's surprise, Ming nodded his head and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. All right, I agree. Chapter 1860. Desolate race royal body. Ming agreed without hesitation. Compared to Xueqi, he was more confident of winning. Good, you're bold. Haha, now, 111 ask someone to release your 2 friends. The expert from the Desolate race laughed and looked at Ming with a look of admiration. Not long after, Xueqi and Bubbles walked out of a door. Take these 2 entry tokens. No one will touch you when you walk around the ancient savage barren realm in the future. 2 tokens appeared in the hands of the Desolate race experts, and they flew towards Xueqi and Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming. All the best. Hit them, Chirpy. Bubbles waved her small fists and cheered for Lu Ming. She then climbed onto Xueqi's shoulder. Xueqi took the token and cast a complicated look at Lu Ming before flying to the stands at the side. Lu Ming, are you going to challenge me now or do you need to recover first? The Desolate race expert asked. There's no need to recover. Let's fight now. Lu Ming said. If he wanted to fight, then he should end it quickly and win the 100-game winning streak in one go. Alright, you're confident. Great sage in the great circle. Who wants to try? The Desolate race experts looked around the grandstand. I'll fight him. A figure stood up from the stands and stepped out, landing in the arena. The aura from his body was that of a perfected supreme saint. This person was very young and was a few heads taller than Lu Ming. 2 giant hammers appeared in his hands, which looked like 2 water tanks. Typically, those who entered the cage battle arena's 4th beta were either fierce beasts or slaves. And those who flew down from the stands were Desolate race experts who had come here to train. It's a wasteland. One didn't expect him to be up in the first round. The Desolate land has a superior grade heaven spiritual body. It's one of the top geniuses among the younger generation of our clan. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this young man. They didn't expect that there would be such an important scene in the first round. Good. Then you guys can fight to your heart's content. This old master won't disturb you any longer. The Desolate race expert stepped into the air and left. Come on, show me your true ability and let me see your strength. Huang Di raised his 2 big hammers and smashed them against each other, making a loud sound. His eyes were full of strong fighting intent. Lu Ming's combat strength was rare even in the Desolate race. The Desolate race loved to fight, so they were naturally delighted to see him. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming said. His body glowed, and holy weapons flew out of his acupoints. More than 100 holy weapons were floating around Lu Ming. Sealing a holy weapon in your body. What a wondrous ability. Don't be useless. The Desolate man grinned and took a step forward. He was like a cannonball as he charged towards Lu Ming. The 2 big hammers were smashing towards Lu Ming like a storm. Back then, Tian Xue had also used a hammer, but its power could not be compared to the Desolate land. The giant hammer fell and a terrifying howl was heard in the sky. The air was compressed and brought with it a terrifying storm that came crushing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held an absolute holy weapon in his hand. The holy power in his body whistled and he slashed out. The terrifying wave of air was directly split into 2. Clang! Clang! The battle sword and the giant hammer of the Desolate land collided fiercely, creating a violent wind that swept in all directions. Huang Di's body trembled, and his burly body was forced to retreat. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking more than 10 steps back. A high-grade heavenly spiritual body. The Desolate race is indeed an ancient race. They really have many geniuses. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It had not been long, but among the Desolate race elites that Lu Ming had encountered, there were already 3 people with superior-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. This was extremely shocking. In the outside world, a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body was definitely a top elite, an existence that was only second to a monarch body. Without the king physique, who could compete with him? But in the Desolate race, they had encountered one after another. However, he didn't know that the wasteland was even more shocked. He was a top genius of the Desolate race. Among his peers, he did not have many opponents. Now, with his cultivation being 2 levels higher, he was actually being forced into a disadvantage by Lu Ming. Amazing again! The barren land raised 2 big hammers and stomped on the ground, crushing toward Lu Ming like a mountain. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's sword was like the wind, slashing out continuously and colliding with the sledgehammer in the wasteland. Sparks flew everywhere as the 2 of them clashed for more than a dozen times. Every time they clashed, Desolate land was forced to take a few steps back. After a dozen times, he had already retreated a great distance. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm done, one admit defeat." Desolate man picked up his hammer, turned around, and ran away, shouting that he admitted defeat. He realized that Lu Ming's strength completely crushed his. There was no need to continue fighting. Even the Desolate land was defeated. Could it be that this person can really cross 2 levels and win Lu consecutive victories? He can't even defeat a desolate land. There aren't many people in the Great Sage Perfection realm who can be his opponent. This level of combat strength is truly shocking. Many people exclaimed. And on the highest grandstand, a few desolate race experts' eyes lit up. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept the surroundings. I'll do it. Lu Ming had just finished speaking when a voice was heard. Then, a burly figure soared into the sky and landed in the arena. He was also a young man, and his body was even more burly than Wasteland's. He stood there like a mountain, giving off a sense of pride. This was an undefeatable belief. Desolate power, it's the desolate power. Desolate power has already made his move. I thought he was going to stay until the end. Can the #1 prodigy of the younger generation defeat Lu Ming? Many people even stood up from their seats and shouted excitedly when they saw the young man. The #1 genius among the desolate race's younger generation? Lu Ming spoke. He was surrounded by sounds and naturally heard it. Lu Ming, if you defeat me, you don't have to fight anymore. I'll count it as a 100-win streak. Desolate said. Everyone nodded their heads. That was indeed the case. Within the Great Sage Full Circle, desolate power was an invincible existence. If he was no match for it, then the subsequent battles would be meaningless. There was no need to talk about Lu consecutive wins. Any number of consecutive wins could be achieved. Good, just what I want, Lu Ming said. He also wanted to see the combat strength of the #1 genius of the desolate race. Bang! Desolate took a step forward. It was as if an ancient beast was walking, causing the ground to shake. Bang! Bang! Following that, Desolate Li continued to step forward. With every step the ground would shake. His aura became stronger and stronger. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. Finally, the desolate power was not too far away from Lu Ming. It threw a punch at him. He punched with his bare hand, but the vibration that erupted was even more intense than when the wasteland swung the giant hammer. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He also threw a punch at the desolate power. Lu Ming is going to fight the desolate power head-on? In a direct confrontation, no one is a match for desolate power at the same level. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 levels lower. He probably doesn't know the power of desolate power. On the grandstand, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd. Lu Ming's fist and the desolate power's fist collided fiercely. Chapter 1861. The desolate race's elder Lu Ming and desolate force's fists met, a pin against an on, and they collided heavily. Thump! With a muffled boom, a terrible shock wave burst out from the place where the 2 fists collided, rushing in all directions of the stands, instantly crossing a distance of 100 miles. In the sky above the grandstand, some experts made their move and set up layers of defense, blocking the shock wave. Bang! Bang! And NBSP, the 2 figures trembled and retreated, stomping on the ground and causing it to rumble. Lu Ming and Desolate Power retreated at the same time, shocking the audience. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming was not weaker than Desolate Power? What a terrifying power! What a powerful force! This is the law of extremity. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The Desolate Energy's spiritual body was an upper-class sky spiritual body, and the laws it grasped were the extreme laws of the King Path, which were exactly the same as Long Chen's laws. Extreme strength, boundless strength, breaking all techniques with strength. Coupled with his cultivation as a desolate power grand sage, his power was truly shocking. With one punch, he could blow up a mountain and crack the earth. All right again. Desolate Li saw that Lu Ming was facing him head-on and that he was his equal. Instantly, his fighting spirit burned to the extreme. A fanatical fighting spirit burst forth in his eyes as he rushed towards Lu Ming. He kept punching out with both fists, like cannonballs, towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and charged forward. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and punched continuously. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. Illusionary pieces of the prison-suppressing steel seemed to appear in Lu Ming's fist. They had the power of millions of June and suppressed the heavens. Their strength was shocking. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them kept punching each other. It was direct, barbaric, and overbearing. The sky and earth rumbled, causing some people with weaker cultivation to turn pale and almost suffer internal injuries. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in a row, but there was still no winner. To be honest, Desolate power was very strong. Every strike was like a bolt of lightning, and its power was terrifying. Not many people could directly confront him like this in a direct confrontation. Ming was only able to resist the Desolate power in such a way by relying on the prison-suppressing heavenly technique and the power of the chaos laws. Ming, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Desolate roared. All right, yes, Ming replied. The laws of chaos boiled and he suddenly pointed his finger. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. The terrifying finger force crushed towards Desolate Lee's expression was extremely heavy. Dang! He roared as a pair of boxing gloves appeared on his hands. He circulated his nomological laws to the extreme and punched out with all his might. It was as if a star had appeared on his fist as he threw the punch at Ming, clashing with the chaotic finger of tribulation. This scene was shocking. It was as if the finger of a god had pointed at a star in the sky. Then, the star exploded, and Desolate's body retreated rapidly. It's time to end this battle. Seal. Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on Desolate Power's body, trying to seal him. Desolate Lee's expression changed. He used all his strength to struggle, but at this moment, Ming pointed with his finger again. A huge finger pressed down on Desolate Lee, sending him flying thousands of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the Desolate power would not have been as simple as being injured. Ha ha ha, amazing, really amazing. Ming, I lost. Desolate force had lost, but he laughed heartily and did not seem to mind. One just have a few more tricks up my sleeve. I might not be able to defeat you in a head-on collision. You let me win. Ming cupped his fists and said. Win is. Win. In. Life and death battle. Who wants to fight me head-on? But we'll fight again in the future. Next time, I'll definitely win. Desolate Lee's eyes were filled with battle intent. All right, let's fight again if there's a chance. Ming smiled. He realized that these Desolate race people were not bad. They were all very straightforward and did not have many schemes. At that moment, the Desolate race expert stepped down from the sky and landed in front of Ming. Since you have crossed 2 levels and defeated Desolate power, no one in the Great Sage Full Circle is your match. You are free. A token appeared in the Desolate race expert's hand and he threw it to Ming. Ming took it and revealed a look of joy. He was finally free. Now, he could search for berserker crystals in the ancient wilderness realm. Ming, the elders of the Desolate race want to see you. At that moment, the Desolate race expert spoke again. The Desolate race's elder wants to see me? Ming was stunned. That's right, I need your help. The Desolate race expert nodded. This sentence was said through a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Since Senior has invited me, I will definitely meet you. Ming nodded his head and agreed without hesitation. All right, come with me. Desolate, you too. The Desolate race experts flew towards the sky above the cage battle arena. Ming, Desolate Lee, Yuan and Bubbles, who were in the grandstand, followed them. They flew out of the cage battle arena and headed north. It's so spectacular. It had been a while since he came here. This was the first time Ming left the cage battle arena. He looked around. This was an ancient city. There were all kinds of ancient buildings in the city. They were majestic, tall, and vast. One could not see the end of them. The city was filled with people from the Desolate race, and there was an endless stream of them. Not long after, they arrived at a grand building and entered a large hall. In the hall, there were a few burly white-haired old men. These old men didn't seem to have any aura at all, and they looked like ordinary old men. Greetings, clan elders. The Desolate race experts and Desolate Lee bowed to the few elders. No need to be so polite. The old man in the middle raised his hand slightly and looked at Ming with a look of admiration. You are Ming? I just heard the news that you defeated Desolate power. You are 2 levels above Desolate power. This is the first time I've seen someone with such combat strength in my life. Senior is too kind. Junior was just lucky. Ming said humbly. The few elders chuckled but did not comment. Little fellow, my Desolate race has a matter that we need your help with. The old man in the middle continued. You need my help. However, this junior's strength is too weak. Ming was stunned. He had never expected that the Desolate race elder would look for him to ask for his help. However, he was only at the Great Saint realm. There were probably a lot of people in the Desolate race who were stronger than him, so what could they possibly need his help with? The old man smiled. Come with me and you'll know. Desolately, you kids, come at me together. With that said, the few elders walked out. Desolately and the Desolate race experts followed. Ming hesitated for a moment before following them with Xueqi bubbles. Soon, they arrived at a secret place. There was a stone wall in front of them. Under the stone wall, there were 3 ancient altars. They seemed to have been there for countless years. In front of them, there were 3 ancient bluestone roads that led to the 3 altars, each of which was about 1,000 meters away. Chapter 1862. Chapter 1862 Ancient Road Ming. The thing we need your help with isn't complicated. We just need you to approach an altar from here and activate it. A Desolate race elder said. Approach the altar? Are there any obstacles on this road? Ming asked. The clan elder nodded and said, these 3 altars were left behind by the Desolate race's ancestors. Legend has it that they contain the Desolate race's supreme treasures. They are related to the rise and fall of the Desolate race. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one has been able to approach the altars and activate them to obtain the Desolate race's supreme treasures. Every path is filled with terrifying pressure. The stronger one's cultivation is, the stronger the pressure will be. That's why only heaven's favorites can take this path. The elder explained. So that was the case. Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder the Desolate race wanted his help. The cage battle earlier was probably a test for him. Otherwise, he would have regained his freedom after obtaining 100 victories. Clan elder, I want to try again. Desolately said. All right, let's go and try. The elder nodded. Desolately stepped forward, heading towards the ancient path on the far left. Thump. The moment he stepped onto the ancient limestone road, the heavens and earth seemed to rumble. The Desolate power's step felt as heavy as a mountain. Desolately's body trembled slightly. Then, he stood up straight and continued to walk forward. Thump. Another explosion sounded out, and the ground trembled slightly. Desolate power seemed to be under great pressure. The muscles on his body bulged, and the laws of extreme power covered his entire body. He was like an invincible god of war as he stepped forward. Thump. Boom. Step by step, he walked forward. Every step he took would make a loud boom. Very quickly, Desolate took 100 steps forward. However, after 100 steps, his speed began to slow down. It was as if the pressure he was under had become even stronger. However, in Desolately's eyes, there was determination and determination. He continued to advance. Not long after, Desolate took 200 steps. His speed slowed down again, but he still continued forward. It seemed like every 100 steps he took, the pressure on Desolate power would increase. He advanced step by step. Every 100 steps, the Desolate power speed would slow down. After more than an hour, Desolate finally took 500 steps. When he took his 501st step, his body suddenly trembled and his face turned pale. The ancient bluestone road was 1,000 meters long, which meant that it had 1,000 steps. He had only crossed half of the Desolate power threshold. Roar! Desolately let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with an unyielding look as he continued to walk forward. He took a step forward, and his body trembled again. However, he did not fall. Instead, he continued to move forward. Every step he took was very difficult, as if he was carrying an ancient divine mountain with the weight of millions of June. That's right. There's an improvement. In the history of the Desolate race, the number of people who can take 500 steps can be counted on your fingers. The clan elder nodded. He was satisfied with Desolate's performance. Let's see how many steps this little guy can take in the end. Another elder spoke. After that, no one said anything and continued to watch. The Desolate power steps became slower and slower. Sometimes it would take dozens of minutes to take a single step. However, everyone had a lot of patience. After 3 whole days, Desolately had finally taken 600 steps. That's right. To reach 600, even among the royal physiques in the history of the Desolate race, not many have been able to do so. A clan elder praised. For Desolate power to be able to do this, his future achievements would be extraordinary. After Desolate power took 600 steps, he stopped and stood there, as if he was recovering. This stop lasted for an entire day. One day later, Desolate let out a furious roar and took another step towards the 601st step. However, when he took this step, his body trembled violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back and flew out of the ancient bluestone road. A clan elder reached out and caught Huang Li. A wave of energy entered Huang Li's body, and his pale face regained some vitality. Lu Ming, as you can see, with Desolate strength, he can only take 600 steps. If you can help our tribe activate the altar, you will be our tribe's great benefactor. As our tribe's honored guest, you will be given the position of an elder from another tribe. Your position will be second only to us Desolate race elders. How about it? An elder spoke. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. If they helped the Desolate race activate the altar, they could obtain the position of an external elder of the Desolate race. Their status would be second only to the Desolate race's elders, and this authority would probably be no trifling matter. And the Desolate race's strength was unfathomable. If he could obtain the help of the Desolate race, he would definitely be an extremely powerful backer. Lu Ming secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Senior, you're being too polite. I'll definitely do my best. Also, I came to the ancient savage barren realm to look for berserker crystals. I wonder if Senior has any news about them? So you're looking for berserker crystals. Although berserker crystals are precious, our tribe still has a lot of them. It's fine to give you a few later. An elder smiled. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He looked at the ancient bluestone road and said, Then this junior will go and try. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward, heading towards the ancient path on the left that Desolate force had just taken. Thump. When Lu Ming took a step in, he felt a strong force pressing down on him, making his body extremely heavy. The ground trembled when he took a step. However, although this surge of energy was strong, it did not affect Lu Ming much. Lu Ming strode forward quickly. Thump. Boom. The ground kept shaking. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had crossed 100 steps. What a fast speed. As expected of the Son of Chaos. A Desolate race elder's eyes lit up. This child is stronger than the average child of God. Perhaps there's really hope. The other clan elder revealed a hopeful expression. The altars left behind by their ancestors had been sealed for far too long. For countless years, they had tried everything they could to open it, but they had never been able to. Perhaps there was hope now. Their Desolate race, countless years ago, was the most powerful faction in the world. They were at the peak of their strength and experts were as common as clouds. In the end, they fought with other powerful factions, resulting in their defeat and their experts being killed. As such, they could only seclude themselves in the world, hiding in the savage barren ancient region. However, no one had ever activated the treasures left behind by their ancestors. After so many years, the Desolate race had yet to recover to its former glory. The treasures in the 3 altars were their chance, so they naturally cared about it. Thump. When Lu Ming took 100 steps, he did not stop at all. He took the 101st step. When he took this step, Lu Ming felt an even stronger force pressing down on him. However, Lu Ming's muscles only trembled slightly and he resisted this force as he continued to take another step forward. The first 300 steps did not affect Lu Ming much. He moved forward at a constant speed and in just over a minute, he had taken the first 300 steps. Chapter 1863. Breakthrough. Halfway in just over a minute, he had taken 300 steps forward. This speed shocked the few elders of the Desolate race, as well as Huang Li and company. Then he was overjoyed. Perhaps Lu Ming could really do it? Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down after 300 steps. However, it was still much faster than before. Not long after, Lu Ming had taken 400 steps. After 400 steps, his speed slowed down a little and then it was 500 steps. After 500 steps, he still did not stop Lu Ming. He took one step at a time, firmly advancing forward. When Lu Ming took 600 steps, the Desolate race members were shocked. 600 steps. Previously, Desolate Li was only able to take 600 steps. Desolate Li was the #1 elite of the Desolate race. In the history of the Desolate race, he was also one of the top elites. However, the Desolate power had taken a few days while Lu Ming had only taken about an hour. In the history of the Desolate race, the highest record was 700 steps. Lu Ming stood at the position of 600 steps. He adjusted his breathing for a while and took another step. Thump! There was a violent explosion and a terrifying pressure pressed on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body only trembled slightly and he resisted the pressure. Then he took a second step, a third step. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming advanced step by step at a constant speed. This time, Lu Ming took an hour to take his 700th step. This had already tied with the Desolate race's historical record. Next, Lu Ming only needed to take one more step and he would break the Desolate race's record. Lu Ming stopped and took some time to regulate his breathing and recover. Then, he took another step forward. 701 steps. With this step, the earth let out a violent roar, and the entire ancient road emitted a green light. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the laws of chaos, resisting the strong pressure from the outside world. What a strong pressure! It's only the 701st step, and the pressure is already so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that all his muscles and bones were under a terrifying pressure, and they were groaning. It was as if his body had become thousands of times heavier. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were spinning rapidly, and the majestic saint power filled Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming continued to step forward. However, at this point, Lu Ming's walking speed had greatly reduced. It was much slower than before. Everyone from the Desolate race revealed nervous expressions. Was it so difficult after 700 steps? Could Lu Ming make it to the end? If even Lu Ming could not make it to the end, they would really be in despair. They did not believe that anyone of the same level could be stronger than Lu Ming. Thump! Boom! The rumbles continued. Fortunately, this area was isolated by a formation. Otherwise, the violent rumbles would have shaken the entire ancient city. This time, Lu Ming took a total of 3 hours before he took the 100th step and landed on the 800th step. There were only 200 steps left before he would be able to walk through this ancient bluestone road. But without a doubt, the last 200 steps would be the most difficult. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. He sat down cross-legged at the 800th step and took out a large number of raw gemstones to devour to recover. Just now, he had consumed a large amount of saint power. Everyone waited in silence. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally recovered to his peak. He then stood up and stepped out without hesitation. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled violently when he took that step. He felt a force as strong as a storm crashing into his body, as if it was going to break him apart. What a terrifying pressure! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. The bone armor in his body creaked as it endured the terrifying pressure. It was as if it was going to blow Lu Ming away. How can this pressure stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He growled and continued to step forward, resisting this terrifying force. After the second step, Lu Ming's body still trembled. The Desolate race members' hearts also trembled. It was as if Lu Ming's every step was stepping on their hearts. After Lu Ming took his second step, he stopped for a long time before taking his third step. The pressure from the outside world was really too strong here. If it were an ordinary great sage in the Great Mastery Realm who came here, his body would have been crushed in an instant, leaving no corpse. At this point, Lu Ming's pace became very, very slow. With every step he took, he had to stop for a long time to devour raw gemstones to recover. However, Lu Ming's posture was still straight and his eyes were still determined. Although it was very slow, it was still moving forward. This process lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, Lu Ming took the 900th step. There were still 100 steps to go. Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged and began to recover. This recovery took 3 days. 3 days later, Lu Ming stood up. Everyone in the Desolate race felt their hearts in their throats. Could Lu Ming continue to move forward? He wouldn't be blasted down when he took his 901st step, right? Boom! Finally, Lu Ming took a step out. The ground shook and Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His face turned pale. What a terrifying pressure. It's even stronger than the previous pressure. Furthermore, there's even pressure on the soul and even the laws. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. After 900 steps, the pressure he had to face was all round. It was simply too shocking. Lu Ming was almost blasted away. In the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He withstood it. The Desolate race members were overjoyed. On this ancient road, every 100 steps was a ridge, and the pressure would rise to a new level. Therefore, the first step of every 100 steps was the most difficult. Once one couldn't block it, they would be directly blown down. Once the first step was blocked, it meant that he could withstand the power of this level. Then, he could continue to move forward. If Lu Ming could take the 901st step, there was a high possibility that he would be able to walk through the ancient bluestone road. How could they not be happy? However, since ancient times, no one had been able to walk past 900 steps. They did not know what the situation would be like after 900 steps. Therefore, they were still extremely nervous, afraid that something would happen. After taking this step, Lu Ming stood there for a long time before he took another step. When he took his second step, Lu Ming's body still trembled, but he managed to withstand it and stayed there to regulate his breathing. After some time, Lu Ming took the third step. Just like that, Lu Ming would take a step every once in a while. When he had taken 950 steps, he suddenly sat cross-legged and took out a large number of raw gemstones. What's going on? He's about to break through. An elder asked in surprise. Yes, Lu Ming was about to break through at this moment. Chapter 1864. Chapter 1864 Power Condensation Stone. Foreign elder Lu Ming's cultivation base was already close to the peak of the Great Saint Realm. This ancient road brought immense pressure to Lu Ming. Under the immense pressure, Lu Ming's potential was forced out, allowing him to break through the shackles and rush into the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Lu Ming began to devour large amounts of raw gemstones to stabilize his realm. 2 days later, Lu Ming completed the breakthrough. He got up and continued to move forward. The pressure is getting stronger, Lu Ming muttered. As his cultivation broke through, the pressure from the outside world became stronger. The pressure on this ancient path would change according to the cultivation level of the cultivator. Only those who were far stronger than their peers could step on it. The pressure grew stronger, but Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased as well. The pressure he faced was no different from before. Lu Ming continued to move forward. It was a long process. From the 900th step to the 1000th step, including Lu Ming's breakthrough, he used half a month's time. Thump. When Lu Ming took his 1000th step, the elders of the Desolate race, as well as Desolate Li and the rest, were ecstatic. They had finally taken the 1000th step. After so many years, there was finally someone who could walk through the ancient limestone road. The treasure of their Desolate race ancestor was about to be born. The pressure is gone. When Lu Ming took his 1000th step, the external pressure disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming felt refreshed and very comfortable. I've made some breakthroughs in the laws of chaos. The chaos tribulation finger should be 61% complete now. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This trip was not in vain. Then, Lu Ming continued to walk and arrived in front of the altar. Lu Ming, as long as you turn the altar, you'll be able to activate the ancestral treasure. A clan elder reminded him. His eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming nodded. He grabbed both sides of the altar and turned it with force. Kacha! A cracking sound came from the altar. Then, an infinite amount of light was emitted from the altar. Then, the light gathered and formed a circular ring of light. A piece of crystal-like stone flew out from the ring of light. Could it be a power condensation stone? A clan elder looked at the rock that flew out of the circle of light. His body trembled slightly, and he revealed an extremely excited expression. The other clan elders, as well as Desolate Li and the others, were also extremely excited. After the ring of light flew out of the stone, it collapsed and disappeared. A power condensation stone? Lu Ming was curious. He held the stone in his hand but he could not feel any weight. However, he could feel a strange force acting on his body. After that, Lu Ming returned along the ancient bluestone road. However, this time, the ancient bluestone road did not exert any pressure on him. With one step, Lu Ming arrived beside Desolate Force and the rest. Senior here. Lu Ming passed the strength condensation stone to a clan elder. The clan elder received it excitedly and examined it carefully. His old body trembled slightly because of his excitement. The power condensation stone, it really is the legendary power condensation stone. With the blessings of our ancestors, our clan has finally found the power condensation stone. The Desolate race elder held the strength condensation stone in excitement. The other elders were not much different. What is the use of this power condensation stone to make these elders of the Desolate race, who have lived for who knows how many years, so excited? Lu Ming was very curious. Lu Ming, you still don't know the significance of the strength condensation stone to our Desolate race. This is a supreme treasure that can allow our Desolate race to rise to power. However, in the hands of others, it is of little use, Desolate said, explaining the function of the power condensation stone. The Desolate race was an ancient race. They had special physiques, and every single one of them had extremely strong bodies and immense strength. Furthermore, what the Desolate race cultivated was also related to strength. All sorts of martial techniques, mystic techniques, and divine powers were related to strength. The intent and nomological laws they comprehended were all related to strength. Most people comprehended the law of strength. As for the members of the Desolate race, if they were exposed to the power condensation stones from a young age, they would be able to improve their physiques. Their bodies would become stronger, and their strength would become stronger. They would be able to better grasp the laws of strength, and they would even be able to easily grasp the laws of extremity. The laws of extremity were the laws of the way of the king. If a group of elites who could control the laws of extremity appeared in the Desolate race, how terrifying would that be? After Lu Ming heard this, he was shocked. It was no wonder the elders of the Desolate race were so excited. This was a treasure that could really allow the Desolate race to rise. Lu Ming, our Desolate race will never forget this great favor. A few elders of the Desolate race bowed towards Lu Ming. Senior, you mustn't. Lu Ming quickly retreated. These few Desolate race elders had lived for an unknown number of years. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable, so how could he dare to accept them? Then, Lu Ming changed the topic and said, Senior, the other two altars. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other two ancient bluestone roads. The two altars can't be opened yet. The second ancient limestone road requires at least the cultivation of the martial emperor realm to step on. I'm afraid that the third one requires a higher cultivation to step on. A Desolate race elder explained. I need to be at least a martial supreme to enter? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming, I hope that when your cultivation level is higher in the future, you can help my Desolate race a few more times. A clan elder said very courteously. Since Lu Ming could clear the first ancient road, he could clear the second and third one. It was just that his cultivation level was not high enough. Of course, they had to build a good relationship with Lu Ming. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded. This was beneficial to both parties. It was a win-win situation. The Desolate race needed Lu Ming's help, and if Lu Ming needed help in the future, he would also need the Desolate race's help. To Lu Ming, there was no harm in doing so why should he not agree? Following that, they left the place and returned to the Desolate race's meeting hall. A Desolate race elder immediately went to get a few berserker crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed that he had obtained the berserker crystals. On the second day, the Desolate race held a huge banquet, as the entire world celebrated. At the same time, at the banquet, the Desolate race made Lu Ming an elder of another race. His status was second only to the Desolate race's clan leader, and he had great authority. As for the Desolate race, everyone knew that Lu Ming had stepped onto the ancient limestone road and helped the Desolate race obtain the strength condensation stone. Naturally, no one objected and they all supported Lu Ming wholeheartedly. 3 days later, Lu Ming bade the Desolate race elder farewell. It had been several months since he came to the savage barren ancient region. He had also obtained the savage crystal. It was time to leave. Calculating the time, the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had already held its meeting for 2 months. Lu Ming, we've selected some geniuses from our clan. We're planning to go out and train with you. What do you think? In the Desolate race's meeting hall, an elder said. That's right. From what you've said, there are many prodigies in the outside world with king physiques. Letting them go out and gain experience will allow them to go further. Otherwise, they'll really think that they're invincible if they stay in the ancient savage barren realm every day. Another external elder said. Desolate Li's face turned red. Before meeting Lu Ming, Desolate Force was indeed very proud. He felt that he was the leader of the younger generation and was invincible. Ever since the battle with Lu Ming, he had completely lost his temper. All right, but I'm afraid we'll face danger outside. Lu Ming said. Only with danger can we go further. An elder spoke, and this matter was settled. Chapter 1865. Chapter 1865 Chaos in Barren City. Not long after, the Desolate race selected 9 young elites to follow Lu Ming out to experience the world. Desolate power and desolate land were all within it. Among the 9 people, 5 of them had upper-grade heaven spiritual bodies. The other 4 had medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies. Each of them was very powerful. Their cultivation was either at the peak of the great saint or the great saint perfection. Lu Ming, how many people in the outside world know about the entrance to the wild sanctuary? At this moment, an elder asked. There shouldn't be many, at most a few. Lu Ming told him about Hajang. The desolate race has yet to fully come into being. Therefore, these people cannot be allowed to live. A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of one of the elders. I'll go out with Lu Ming to get rid of them. A middle-aged burly man spoke. This person was the desolate race expert who had brought Lu Ming to meet the desolate race elder in the cage battle arena. His cultivation level was at the martial emperor realm and his name was Huang Su. All right, you guys can go. The elders nodded. The desolate race's exit was naturally not the one that Lu Ming and the rest had entered previously. There were other exits, but this time, they still planned to exit from that entrance. Everyone rose into the air, and not long later, they arrived at the exit. The desolate race experts opened the exit, and a vortex appeared in the sky. Everyone charged into the vortex and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that they had appeared in the sky above the lake that they had entered previously. He swept his gaze around, but there was no one around. Senior Ruins, why don't you enter my mountain and river diagram for the time being? I'll go to Barren City secretly, so as not to alert the enemy and scare Hajang and the others away. Lu Ming suggested. The members of the desolate race were too burly, so they would definitely attract attention when they walked on the streets. Hajang, on the other hand, had entered the ancient savage barren realm before. If they were to swagger into Barren City, they would probably alarm Hajang and make an early escape. Barren Ruins and the rest nodded. Lu Ming kept Barren Ruins, Desolate Li, and the rest into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, Xueqi, and Bubbles were the only ones who headed toward Barren City. When Lu Ming and the rest entered the Barren City again, they felt that the atmosphere was completely different from the previous time. Now, the atmosphere in the entire Barren City seemed to be very depressing. The streets were also very depressed. Many shops were closed, and the restaurants were deserted. Boom! When Lu Ming and the rest passed by a towering mansion, a loud boom came from the mansion. A figure crashed through the wall and flew out of the mansion. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was a white-haired old man. He was very old and the wrinkles on his face were like mountains. He reminded Lu Ming of Uncle Kong, Baz, and NBSP Whoosh. Then, a few figures rushed out of the mansion. One of them was a middle-aged man who stepped on the old man's face, causing his head to hit the ground heavily. Grandpa Sure, a delicate cry rang out. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that the other burly man was holding onto a young and beautiful lady. Young miss, let young miss go. Otherwise, when old master and the others return, they won't let you off. The old man didn't care about his injuries and struggled to get up, trying to save the woman. However, the woman was kicked away by the burly man again. Your master still wants to come back? He should have died in the ancient savage barren realm long ago. And even if he comes back, so what? Would my Ha family be afraid of your Huang family? The middle-aged man sneered and looked at the old man coldly. Old man, let me send you on your way. Then, a saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at the old man. However, he didn't strike down because a force flew out from the side and knocked his saber away. Who is it? The middle-aged man shouted. His eyes were like lightning as they finally landed on Lu Ming. Brat, was it you who attacked? The middle-aged man said coldly. Looks like you're not blind. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, you're courting death. How dare you meddle in my Ha family's affairs? You're a reckless fool. The middle-aged man walked toward Lu Ming. When he saw Xueqi, he was stunned. This woman is not bad. I'll give her to the young master. I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely. He did not know Lu Ming and Xueqi. Back then, although Lu Ming had caused quite a stir in the Barren City, not many people had actually seen them. Baz! The middle-aged man's saber flashed like lightning and slashed at Lu Ming. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Then, he saw a headless body holding a saber. The body ran a few steps forward and then fell to the ground. That was clearly his body. Then, he felt his vision go black, and he didn't know anything. After killing the middle-aged man, Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force was directed at the remaining members of the HA family. These people did not have the strength to resist and were killed by Lu Ming directly. Only one person survived because Lu Ming deliberately left him alive. However, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and his body trembled. He fell to the ground weakly, and a foul smell came from his crotch. He had actually peed his pants. "Grandpa Sure, are you all right?" The young woman quickly ran to the old man and asked with concern. "Miss, I'm fine." The old man shook his head. Then, with the help of the young lady, he walked to Lu Ming and bowed. "This old man thanks young master for saving my life. You don't need to thank me. I also have some grudges with the HA family, so I just took the opportunity." "Senior, what happened in Barren City? Why do I feel like something is wrong?" Lu Ming asked. It's still because of the savage Barren ancient region." The old man briefly told him what had happened in Barren City. It turned out that many experts of Barren City's 6 strongest forces had followed Ha Zhang to the ancient savage Barren realm, but only Ha Zhang and Hementi had returned. The experts of the other 6 forces had never returned. As a result, the situation in Barren City had changed dramatically. Ha family was now the dominant family. In the past, although Ha Zhang was the #1 expert in Barren City with the cultivation of Emperor-to-be, the other 6 forces could still compete with the HA family if they joined forces. But now, no one could resist the HA family. Not long ago, the HA family had started to sweep all the forces in Barren City. Anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. Previously, the 6 major forces had all been annihilated by the HA family. The old man and the young woman belonged to the Huang family, one of the 6 big forces. The young woman was the daughter of the Huang family. As Hamert was a lustful man, he wanted to take the daughter of the Huang family and make her his concubine. That was why there was such a scene today. Realization dawned on Lu Ming. Almost everyone from the other forces had died in the cage battle arena of the ancient savage Barren realm. It was not surprising that such a scene had occurred in the Barren City. "Young master, you should leave Barren City now. They won't let you off for killing the HA family." The old man advised with good intentions. "Leave. I don't want to leave. You should go back and report this." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the only surviving member of the HA family. The man from the HA family was stunned. Lu Ming did not kill him. Instead, he wanted to release him and let him go back to report the news. What was happening? Chapter 1866. "I'll wait for you to come and kill you." The old man and the Huang family's daughter were also stunned, and their faces turned pale. The head of the HA family, Ha Zhang, was an emperor-to-be expert. They did not believe that Lu Ming and the rest who were so young could compete with an emperor-to-be. "Young master, don't be careless. That Ha Zhang is..." The old man was worried and wanted to persuade Lu Ming. "It's fine." Lu Ming waved his hands and then looked at the HA family member. He chided. "Still not leaving? Do you want to die?" The man from Ha clan was so scared that his face turned pale. He ran for his life and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man and the Huang family's young lattice faces went pale and they were anxious. "Senior, if you have something to do, you can leave first," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then take care, young master." In the end, the old man did not dare to stay there. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and left with the Huang family's young lady, heading out of the Barren City. Lu Ming and the few of them waited quietly here. Who are they? They killed the HA family's people and still dare to wait here? How dare he? He's like a newborn calf that's not afraid of the tiger. He's trying to be a hero, but he doesn't know how terrifying the HA family is. He'll regret it when the experts of the HA family arrive. Many people had seen what had just happened here, and they were now watching from a distance and discussing in low voices. At this moment, in a courtyard of the HA family, 2 beautiful women were waiting on Hammer. Hammerdy felt so good that he could die. These 2 young women were the daughters of other major forces. In the past, he could only look at them, but it was not so easy to get them. But now, all of them were serving him with all their hearts and allowing him to play with them. Hammert was extremely excited. He suddenly thought of Lu Ming. He felt that he should thank Lu Ming. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the powerhouses from the other forces wouldn't have entered the wild sanctuary and never returned. The Barren City would have become the HA family's territory. When did he ever have such a good life? He had decided to play with all the beautiful women in the barren city. Just as he was fantasizing, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Young master, bad news. Hamilton's face darkened. He had already instructed that no one was to disturb him when he was doing his work. Now that the shouts outside had completely ruined his mood, he was very unhappy. After putting on his clothes, Hamilton walked out of the courtyard with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man that Lu Ming had let go of earlier was standing anxiously outside the courtyard. What is it? Why are you in such a panic? Hamilton asked with a dark face. Young master, you asked us to capture the Huang family's young lady, but someone meddled in our business halfway and saved her. They even killed the others. Young master, you must avenge them. Who is so bold to kill my Ha family's people? A cold killing intent flashed through Hammerte's eyes. At this moment, the Ha family had dominated Barren City, and no one dared to disobey them. However, someone had the guts to kill a member of the Ha family, which was really shocking. It's a young man and a young woman with a little girl. The middle-aged man described the appearance of Lu Ming and the rest. What? It was them? How is that possible? Hamilton's pupils shrank as he cried out in disbelief. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was Lu Ming, Xueqi, and Bubbles. However, didn't Lu Ming and the rest enter the savage barren ancient realm with them? Why did he come out? Could it be that Lu Ming and the rest had escaped from the savage barren ancient realm after he and Ha Zhang had escaped? Hammerty thought that it was very possible. Back then, Lu Ming's group was not too far from the exit of the ancient savage barren realm. It was very likely that after they escaped, Lu Ming's group followed them. You're quite lucky. But since you've escaped, you should find a place to hide. You actually dare to meddle in my Ha family's affairs. You're really courting death. The killing intent in Hamilton's eyes grew stronger. Back then, he was taught a miserable lesson by Lu Ming. Later on, Lu Ming even used him to threaten his father. He had lost all face. How could he not take revenge for such a great enmity? Initially, he thought that Lu Ming and the rest had already died in the wild sanctuary. He did not expect that Lu Ming and the rest were not dead. They even dared to come out and ruin his plans. Weren't they seeking their own deaths? Young master, should we report this to the master? The middle-aged man said. No need. Father was injured and has only recovered recently. There's no need to disturb him for such a small matter. I'll just go find a few elders. After saying that, Hammerty stepped out. Lu Ming and the rest were still outside the Huang family mansion. In the distance, more and more people were watching. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. He looked ahead and mumbled, "They're here." Buzz! Buzz! A few streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew over at an astonishing speed. The next moment, the streaks of light receded and 5 or 6 figures appeared. The one in the lead was Hammerty. Beside him were a few old men, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. 2 in the great circle of the Absolute Saint Realm and 3 in the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. What a terrifying formation. One can't believe that Hamilton has deployed such a powerful formation. Who are those young men and women? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Absolute Saints in the Great Circle and the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm were definitely the top existences in Barren City. They were the overlords of a region. However, so many of them had been mobilized all of a sudden just for a young man and a woman. Haha, there's a way to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you're here. Kid, it'll make you miserable today. When Hamilton saw Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. His eyes glowed with a cold light, especially when he looked at Xueqi. His eyes were burning with passion. Of course, he did not dare to be careless. He followed closely beside an absolute saint in the perfection stage. He would never forget how Lu Ming and the others had taken Ha Zhang down in a strange manner in front of him. Hee, is that so? Do you know why I'm still here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, could it be that he was waiting for me? Hammert said. At least you have some brains. Not bad. I'll wait for you to kill you. Lu Ming said. Haha, kill me? Kid, you do have some combat power, but one came prepared this time. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Attack and cripple them. With the last sentence, Hamilton gave an order to the elders. Kill! Kill! A few elders exploded with cold killing intent. A total of 4 elders stepped out. One of them was in the perfected Absolute Saint Realm, and the other 3 were in the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. This lineup was more than enough to kill Lu Ming and the others. The terrifying auras of the 4 powerhouses crushed toward Lu Ming and the others, sealing off the surroundings for fear that Lu Ming and the others would escape. However, Lu Ming, Xueqi, and the rest did not seem to be flustered at all. Their expressions were very calm. Chapter 1867. The destruction of the HA family. Looking at the indifferent expressions of Lu Ming and the rest, for some reason, Hamilton suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. That won't happen. Although they can kill people in the Absolute Saint upper tier, they're definitely no match for an Absolute Saint at the peak. Furthermore, there's an Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. There won't be any accidents. Hamilton shook his head, trying to get rid of the bad thoughts in his mind. That young man and woman are finished. Now that the HA family is powerful and dominates Barren City, this young man and woman dare to provoke them. The result is already decided. That woman is going to be miserable. She's beautiful like a flower and the moon, but she's going to be defiled by Hammerty. In the distance, many people sighed. During this time, the HA family was domineering, dominating Barren City. Many people had suffered, but they didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, they just stood far away and talked in low voices. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a painting scroll flew out. It was the mountain and river diagram. From the mountain and river diagram, a tall and burly figure stepped out. Seeing this figure, Hammerty's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were filled with fear. He roared, "Not good, quickly retreat." The one that came out of the mountain and river diagram was naturally Huang Su. When Hammerty had entered the savage barren ancient region, he had seen people from the Desolate race. At this moment, he recognized Huang Su as the person who had attacked them in the savage barren ancient region. However, it was too late. Boom! Boom! Huang Su punched out a few times, and the terrifying fist force broke through the air as if it could crush everything. The terrifying pressure made the 3 Absolute Saints at the peak and 1 in the perfected Absolute Saint realm turn pale. They retreated frantically, wanting to escape. However, how could they escape from a martial supreme? The fist radiance broke through the void and crushed over. The 4 experts didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded and turned into ashes under the destructive power. Hamilton was almost scared to death. "Run, quickly run, run!" Hamert roared as if he had gone mad. He ordered the remaining Absolute Saint in the Great Perfection stage to escape with him. However, a giant hand reached out from the ruins and grabbed in the air. A giant palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed Hammerty and the Absolute Saint. A terrifying force surged in, and the 2 of them were crippled at the same time. Hammert let out a shrill scream. And NBSP, everyone around was flabbergasted, unable to believe what they were seeing. 2 Absolute Saints in the Great Circle and 3 at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm were a powerful force, but they were crushed like ants by Huang Su. Martial Emperor. This is a martial emperor. Who is that young man and woman? He actually has a martial sovereign behind him. He must be a heaven's favorite from a powerful force outside Barren City. No wonder he was so calm. He has a martial sovereign with him. More people's eyes lit up. Would the appearance of a martial sovereign change the current situation in Barren City? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Hamoti. His saint energy was like a blade as he slashed out, killing the Absolute Saint in perfection. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Hamilton almost peed in his pants as he let out a shrill scream. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Ming grabbed Hamilton by the neck and said, "Let's go to the HA family." Then, he walked toward the HA family. Xueqi and Huang Su followed. "I'm going to the HA family. There's going to be a good show. I wonder if Emperor Wu will make a move on the HA clan. Let's go and take a look." The others in the distance were looking forward to it, hoping that the martial sovereign would attack the HA family. If the HA family could be destroyed, the situation in Barren City would change again, and the cards would be reshuffled. This place was not far from the HA family. Not long after, they arrived in front of the HA family mansion. "Hajang, come out and die!" Lu Ming shouted. His voice rumbled and echoed throughout the entire Ha family mansion. "Who's looking for death?" A loud roar came from the HA family's residence. Following that, a terrifying aura burst out. A rainbow light flashed, and Hajang's figure appeared in the sky. "Kid, it's you?" "Mosi." Hajang's gaze swept across the room. When he saw Lu Ming, a cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. Then he saw hammer in Lu Ming's hands. "Brat, quickly release Mosi. Otherwise, it'll tear you into 1,000 pieces," Ha Jing roared, but he stopped abruptly as if something was stuck in his throat. His eyes were fixed on the ruins behind Lu Ming. He hadn't noticed the ruins earlier, but now that he saw them, his eyes were filled with fear. Buzz! The next moment, Ha Jing turned around and ran away, not caring about Hammerty at all. "You want to escape in front of me?" Huang Zu's cold voice was heard as he took a step forward. Then, above the Ha family mansion, a huge foot formed, like the foot of a god, covering the entire Ha family. Ha Jing was like a small boat in a storm, about to be destroyed at any moment. "Dang!" he roared. The river of laws surrounded him, and he exploded with all his power, trying to rush out of the range of the giant foot. However, it was all in vain. The giant foot stomped down, and Ha Jing let out a blood-curdling screech. His body shattered into pieces before turning into ashes and dissipating into the air. An emperor-to-be died just like that. Martial sovereigns were too powerful. Anyone below the martial sovereign realm was like an ant in front of a martial sovereign. They could not even contend against a martial sovereign, not even an emperor-to-be. After killing Ha Jing, the giant foot did not stop and continued to stomp. Beams of light rushed out of the Ha family mansion, trying to escape. However, under the giant foot, it was all wishful thinking. One figure after another exploded in the air and died on the spot. Boom! As the giant foot stepped into the Ha clan's mansion, the vast mansion exploded and turned into dust. The entire Ha clan was erased from the world. "All right, this way, no one will know the entrance to the ancient savage barren realm." Huang Su smiled. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, while Qiu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations that the entire Ha family would be wiped out in one move. Originally, he thought that the ruins would only kill some of the higher-ups of Ha family. He didn't expect that the ruins would be more direct and obliterate the entire Ha family in one move. After that, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The world of martial Dao was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. There might be many innocent people here, but in the eyes of the ruins, he didn't care. Perhaps in his eyes, ordinary people were just like ants. If not for his talent, which earned him the attention of the Desolate race, and also helped them greatly, he might have been an ant in the eyes of the Desolate ruins. In such a world, Lu Ming could only make himself stronger so that he would not be treated as an ant by others and be destroyed at will. "Let's go." Lu Ming sighed in his heart and turned to leave. On this day, the overlord of Barren City, the Ha family, was exterminated. On this day, it was rumored that Hammerty had offended a peerless heaven's favorite who shouldn't have been offended. This person had descended with a martial sovereign and wiped out the Ha family with a flip of his hand. On this day, the situation in Barren City changed greatly, and heroes fought for supremacy. Chapter 1868. Heavenly Emperor City, Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Everything that happened in the Barren City had nothing to do with Lu Ming. Half a month later, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Dian Elixir Hall. The ruins didn't go with them. After they destroyed the Ha family, they went back to the wild sacred realm. Lu Ming brought Desolate power and the rest to the Dian Elixir Palace. After returning to the Great Yen Elixir Palace, Lu Ming immediately went to the Phoenix Palace. As expected, he found out that the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Saint Academy had held a meeting 2.5 months ago. Almost all the famous geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had rushed to the Heavenly Emperor City. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others naturally headed to Heavenly Emperor City. Without the competition of the younger generation, ancient Moon Holy Land became quiet. However, one could imagine how lively and intense the Heavenly Emperor City would be. Lu Ming had also planned to head to the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. When Desolate Li and the rest knew that the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had gathered, they all revealed a strong desire to fight and were extremely excited. The main purpose of them following Lu Ming out was to gain experience and clash with the other prodigies so that they could improve themselves. Furthermore, the Desolate race loved to fight. With so many elites gathered, they were naturally excited. Lu Ming and the rest did not waste any time. On the third day of their return to the Dian Elixir Palace, they headed to the Phoenix Palace and took the teleportation array to the Heavenly Emperor City. As for Ouyang Moli, Lu Ming had asked him to stay in the Dian Elixir Hall and cultivate with Uncle Kong. Xueqi cultivation had also broken through to the Bright Saint realm after this period of cultivation. Ming brought Xueqi with him to the Heavenly Emperor City. Heavenly Emperor City was located in the central area of Mount Yuan. It was the head of the 9 holy lands of Mount Yuan. Legend had it that it was built by an unrivaled Heavenly Emperor expert, and the cultivation conditions were unique. However, it was said that the Heavenly Emperor expert had fallen a long time ago. After that, many heroes fought for power in Heavenly Emperor City. Now it was occupied by many powerful forces, and they had developed into extremely powerful forces. In the 8 directions of the Heavenly Emperor City, there were 8 satellite cities. If the forces from other regions of the Yuan Mountain wanted to reach the Heavenly Emperor City, they could only teleport to one of the 8 satellite cities. Ming and the rest were teleported to a satellite city in the southernmost area, and then flew to the Heavenly Emperor City. From a distance, one could see a vast city in front of them, full of a magnificent aura. When they approached Heavenly Emperor City, they felt a terrifying pressure spreading out, as if a supreme existence lived in Heavenly Emperor City. When they walked into Heavenly Emperor City, what greeted their eyes were ancient buildings that had been preserved for an unknown amount of time. They asked around for the location of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Now, everyone in the Heavenly Emperor City knew about the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Created by a few emperors, the entire Yuan Mountain was filled with geniuses and attracted the attention of countless people. They easily found out the location of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and headed there. Heaven Emperor City was incomparably vast and boundless. It was just a city, but its surface area was much larger than ancient Moon Sanctuary. They spent a lot of time before finally finding the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. On the tall and majestic gate, there were 4 words: Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Stop! What are you doing here? A middle-aged man blocked Ming and the rest's path. Senior, we are here to join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Ming cupped his fists and explained his purpose of visit to the middle-aged man. You only came to join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy now? The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy has already been holding this meeting for 2 months. Don't you know? The middle-aged man's face darkened. Senior, we were delayed because we had an important matter to attend to. As soon as we finished, we rushed over. Please make an exception for us. Ming said politely. It's not impossible to make an exception. The Great Emperor has given the order that those who come late can also enter the Sacred Academy. However, the requirements are higher. Show me your cultivation base and let me see. The middle-aged man said. All right. Ming and the rest nodded. Following that, their auras spread out from their bodies. Great Sage Realm? What? So many great saints? The middle-aged man sensed it and his expression changed. Ming's group of more than a dozen people were almost all in the Eminent Saint stage, and they were all at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage or above. Only Xueqi was in the Bright Saint stage. Especially Desolate Li and the others. All of them were burly, and even the shortest one was more than 2 meters tall. Which faction did they come from? After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man finally calmed down and said, I'm a teacher of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Let me tell you, the minimum condition to join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy is to reach the Bright Saint realm. Your spiritual body must also be a heavenly spiritual body. So, I have to check your spiritual bodies. Follow me. After saying that, the middle-aged man walked into the inner area of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, followed by Ming and the rest. After walking into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, one could see that there were many majestic divine mountains in the depths of the Sacred Academy, towering into the clouds. On the Divine Mountain, there were all sorts of buildings and palaces. There were also various buildings built on the flat land. Although every inch of land in the Heavenly Emperor City was extremely valuable and ordinary powerhouses could not live in it, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was jointly established by a few great emperors and naturally occupied a vast territory. No one dared to say a word. Soon, they arrived at a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a stone tablet that looked like a crystal. This crystal steel was made by the Great Emperor. It can detect the level of a spirit body. All of you, walk into the crystal steel. I'll have a way to find out your spirit body level. The middle-aged man said. I'll go first. This was Desolate Li's first time leaving the wild sacred domain, so he was very curious about everything. He was the first to step forward, walking to the crystal steel. The crystal steel immediately began to glow, enveloping the desolate power. Then, The crystal steel emitted a strange light. A superior-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man was a little surprised. Then, a book appeared in his hand and he said, "What's your name? I need to register your information." Desolate Power. Desolate Li reported his name and age. "All right, you can enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Next." After the middle-aged man filled in the information, he looked at the others. Desolate Force retreated, and Desolate Land advanced. It's a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body again. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Even though he had seen countless heaven's favorites during this period of time, there were only a few who had a superior-grade heaven spiritual body. He didn't expect to see two of them today. After he registered the Desolate Land's information, another youth from the Desolate race came forward. And it's a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man gasped. It was incredible for upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies to appear consecutively, and all at once. However, his surprise didn't end there. After that, his surprise turned into shock. Out of the 9 Desolate race elites, there were 5 high-tier heavenly spiritual bodies and 4 middle-tier heavenly spiritual bodies. As for Lu Ming and Xueqi, they both had upper-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. When Bubbles went up for the test, it showed that she also had upper-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. This made the middle-aged man dumbfounded, and his heart was in turmoil. Who were these people? There were so many upper-class heaven spiritual bodies. Was there a king body among them? When these people grew up, they would be incredible. Chapter 1869. Chapter 1869 Gathering of Prodigies. Finally, it was Xueqing's turn, which made him feel relieved. Xueqing's original spirit body was not a heavenly spirit body. However, before Lu Ming went to the ancient sun sanctuary, he used the Dian elixir furnace to refine Xueqing's spirit body, making it a low-grade heavenly spirit body. All right, the test is over. You can all join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Wait for me here for a moment. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Not long after, he returned. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 jade tokens appeared in the air and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. This is your identity token. Take it. In the future, you will be representing the people of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Also, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy is very large and has a wide area. Therefore, you can choose your residence at will. As long as no one lives on the mountain peaks you saw before, you can choose. The middle-aged man said. Many thanks, teacher. Lu Ming and the group received it and cupped their fists to express their gratitude. Amen. There's one more thing I want to remind you all. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, you all cannot fight, but you cannot kill. You cannot cripple the cultivation of your opponents. The rest is up to you all. The middle-aged man warned. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. The geniuses who joined the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were all peak geniuses from all over the world. At the very least, they all had the heavenly spiritual body and the potential to become monarchs. If there was no restriction on killing, with so many geniuses clashing, the losses would be heavy. However, there was no restriction on fighting. This could motivate many geniuses and give them pressure, forcing them to improve. All right, you guys can go. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming and the rest took their leave and left the place. Then, Lu Ming took out his voice transmission jade talisman and sent a voice transmission to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Not long after, a few figures flickered over. It was Huang Ling and Long Chen. There were also a few familiar faces, Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang of the Thunder God sect. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. The few of them greeted Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming. You're finally here. Who are they? Huang Ling smiled as she looked at Huang Li and the others with a look of surprise. Where are you guys staying? We can talk as we walk. Lu Ming said. Some of our acquaintances live on the same mountain peak. 111 take you there. Said Huang Ling immediately. The group headed towards the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there were many courtyards. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, many figures flew out. These people were all geniuses from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Mu Qingxu's sect. They had a good relationship and all lived on this mountain peak. Everyone greeted Lu Ming and the rest. Then, they landed in a courtyard. Lu Ming also introduced Desolate Force and the rest. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention that Desolate Li and the others were from the Desolate race. After all, the Desolate race had not yet come into being. You're also in control of the extreme limit laws? Huang Li looked at Long Chen, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. His body erupted with extreme nomological laws, filled with terrifying power. A powerful aura erupted from Long Chen's body as well. He stared at Desolate and circulated his nomological laws as much as he could, revealing his battle intent. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little lacking. When you break through to the great saint perfection, we'll have a good fight. Desolate Li licked his lips, his battle intent growing stronger. Just what I wanted. Long Chen's eyes were also burning with passion. The king path laws were the top laws of the world. In an ordinary era, a king body was extremely rare. It was only in the golden age of today that the situation of kings fighting for hegemony would appear. However, it was rare for two or more people to appear in the same generation with the same king physique. Long Chen and Desolate Power both controlled the laws of extremity. When they met, there was no way they would not fight. Furthermore, the two of them were fighting with the same king physique, which was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. This big guy actually has a king physique too. In the Phoenix Palace, the other paragons of the Divine Elephant sect looked at Huang Li in shock. Long Chen and Desolate looked at each other, then retracted their auras. Everyone chatted for a while more. Lu Ming mainly asked about the situation of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy are beyond our imagination. Not only are the geniuses of the 9 great holy lands gathered here, but there are also many geniuses of emperor-ranked forces. Even those ancient clans that have been hiding in seclusion have also sent geniuses to join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Said Huang Ling an ancient race? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and thought of the Desolate race. Those ancient clans are called the Ancient Clans. They are forces that have existed for countless years. They have existed since ancient times. Many of them are not in the 9 sacred lands, but in their own small worlds. They have extremely deep foundations, and no one knows how strong they are. One don't know why, but this time, many geniuses from the ancient clans have appeared. Their talent and strength are all extremely shocking, and there are quite a number of king physiques. Huang Ling said. The ancient race? The battle intent in Huang Li, Huang Yuan, and company's eyes became even stronger. It seems like this Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy is really a gathering place. All the geniuses of the 9 great holy lands have gathered here. There's even a genius from the ancient race. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Feng Ling, Long Chen, get out here. At this moment, a loud roar came from outside. It's Mo Lang and the others. The faces of Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others turned ugly. Damn it. These guys really don't want to give up. Someone growled. Feng Ling, Long Chen, get out here. The voice rang out again. Lu Ming, have a seat. I'll settle it. Long Chen stepped out of the courtyard. I'll go too. Phoenix Spirit followed him out. Some of the paragons from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect also followed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not get up. Instead, he spread out his spiritual sense and saw everything that was happening outside. Outside, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and some other Heaven's favorites, a total of 7 or 8 people, were all top Heaven's favorites from the ancient moon sanctuary. They stood high in the sky, looking down at Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. Feng Ling, Long Chen, have you made your decision? Our patience is limited. Mo Lang sneered. You want us to join you? Impossible. Get lost. Long Chen berated. Reject us? Humph, you should know the consequences. The Wind Race wants you to join them because they think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The second prince of the Golden Crow was enveloped in the divine fire of the great sun, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Don't you understand the human language? Get lost. Long Chen shouted, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. During this time, Long Chen's cultivation had also made a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the Great Saint realm. He was not far from the Great Saint Perfection realm. Obviously, he had made great progress in the past few months. Long Chen stepped on the air and headed towards Mo Lang and the others, causing their expressions to change. With Long Chen's talent and his cultivation at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, his combat power was amazing. They were no match for him at all. Chapter 1870. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling's entire body was bathed in the unperishable flame. A phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky. Huang Ling's cultivation was similar to Long Chen's. She had also reached the peak of Supreme Saint. In Phoenix Palace, the other paragons of Divine Elephant Sect also released their auras and stared at Emo Lang and the others with unfriendly eyes. Emo Lang and the others' expressions changed again and again, and they subconsciously retreated. You're so stubborn. Don't think that you can compete with the Windrace's heaven's favorite with your cultivation. You're delusional. Just you wait. Let's go. The second prince of the Golden Crow said coldly and left with Emo Lang and the others. Huang Ling and Long Chen looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. After that, they returned to the courtyard. Feng Ling, Long Chen, what happened? What's the background of the Windrace? Lu Ming asked. The Wind Clan is an ancient clan. The place where they live in seclusion is actually the ancient Moon Holy Land. Some time ago, the Wind Clan appeared, and their geniuses came out to join the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. The paragons of the Windrace are extremely overbearing. They want to establish a force in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and make all the other paragons of the ancient Moon Holy Land join them. For example, the paragons of the Black Wolf, Purple Extreme Sect, and Golden Crow Race have all joined the Windrace's camp. We are the only ones not joining the ancient Moon Holy Land. Huang Ling explained. They are too tyrannical. It was originally our freedom to join or not. However, the Windrace announced that if we don't join, we won't be able to stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Mu Qingsu's expression was very ugly. Windrace? Guyu Holy Land actually has an ancient race living in seclusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. How's the strength of the Windrace's heaven's favorite? Lu Ming asked. The strongest heaven's favorite of the Windrace is called Wu Fengchen. He has a king body and a superior grade heaven spiritual body. He can control the law of the destructive wind and has long broken through to the absolute saint realm. He is one of the strongest heaven's favorites in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, said Huang Ling, an absolute saint king body. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming frowned slightly. His king body had reached the absolute saint realm, so his combat strength was definitely terrifying. At this moment, a sharp cry was heard in the distant sky. A golden ray of light flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were staying at a terrifying speed. It was a three-legged golden crow. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters long. Its entire body was bathed in the divine fire of the great sun, like a sun. It's the crown prince of the Golden Crow. He's probably going to deal with Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others. The Windrace wants to unify the geniuses of ancient Moon Holy Land. They obviously have their eyes on Feng Ling and Long Chen's talents. Although their talents are high, their cultivation is still low. I'm afraid they won't be able to fight against them. Let's go and take a look. Many heaven's favorites in the nearby mountains sensed it and flew up to the sky to watch. The three-legged golden crow was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he had reached where Lu Ming and the others were staying. He flapped his wings and a large amount of great divine sun fire poured down on them. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest were chatting. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Great sun divine fire. Damn it! Die! Huang Ling and Long Chen shouted at the same time. They shot up into the sky and attacked, extinguishing the divine sun fire. Lu Ming, Desolate Power, and the rest were moved. They were not in a hurry to take action. Gah! A screech that resounded through the firmament was heard. A young man in a golden robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were like lightning, and he was extremely domineering. A pair of golden crow wings slowly flapped behind him, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire mountain. The Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This three-legged golden crow actually had the cultivation of an absolute saint. The Golden Crow Crown Prince. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others muttered with a solemn look in their eyes. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was extremely famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Before the Feng clan appeared, he was one of the strongest geniuses in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Especially after joining the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, he used the resources of the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy to break through to the Absolute Saint realm. His reputation was even more well known. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. more than a dozen figures appeared behind the Golden Crow Crown Prince. It was Mo Lang and the others. Fengling, Long Chen, I advise you to surrender and join us. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. You should know that resistance is futile. Mo Lang shouted coldly with an arrogant expression. If you want to be the dogs of the wind race, go ahead. We're not interested in that. Long Chen said. How audacious. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's wings flapped, and flames spread out, making him look even more majestic. He glanced coldly at Long Chen and Fengling and said, in the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy, although one can't kill you, one can still injure you severely. If you don't agree, one will beat you up every time I see you. I will make it so that you won't be able to stay in the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. A sick bird. What big words. Is the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy opened by you? A mocking voice came from a side courtyard. Who is it? The Golden Crow Crown Prince's face was dark as he looked at the courtyard. He actually dared to call him a sick bird. He was looking for death. Then, more than a dozen figures stepped into the air. Lu Ming was walking in front, followed by Huang Li, Qiu Yu, and the others. Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others' expressions changed. So you are Lu Ming. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's eyes grew even colder. I'm sure. Lu Ming smiled. Good, very good. In the past, if one hadn't always been in Heaven Emperor City, how could you have acted so atrociously in Ancient Moon Holy Land? I thought you wouldn't dare to come to Ancient Moon Holy Land. Since you're here, I'll teach you a good lesson today and take revenge for Ninth Brother and the others. A cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Golden Crow Crown Prince. If it were not for the fact that killing was forbidden in the Sacred Institute, he would have killed Lu Ming. However, even if he couldn't kill Lu Ming, he could still humiliate him and step on him in front of everyone so that he wouldn't be able to lift his head in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Boom! Boom! The Golden Crow Crown Prince continued to step forward, and the divine sun fire on his body became even hotter. The flames filled the sky and his aura was wild as he pressed toward Lu Ming. Fengling, Long Chen, and the others all released their auras, ready to fight. I didn't expect to meet such a character as soon as I came out. Leave this bird to me. Behind Lu Ming, Desolate Li grinned. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He stepped forward and walked toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming stood still. Since the Desolate Power wanted to make a move, he would just let it move. You're just a great saint. Get down. The Golden Crow Crown Prince had a haughty expression on his face as he casually glanced at Desolate Li. With a palm strike, flames gathered and formed a giant flaming palm that slammed down on Desolate Li. Lie down, your sister. Sick bird. You're the one who's lying down. Die. Desolate Li roared as his muscles bulged. He punched out and destroyed the flaming palm. Without stopping, he charged towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince and punched out. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's expression changed. He bent his fingers like a claw and clawed at Desolate Li. Chapter 1871. Lu Ming's Challenge Boom. Huang Li's fist collided with the Golden Crow Crown Prince's claw. Instantly, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's expression changed as he retreated rapidly. His palm trembled slightly as a sharp pain came from it. His finger had almost been broken by Huang Li's punch. Lu Ming is right. He's indeed a sick bird. Desolate Li grinned. It caused the other Desolate race youths to burst out in laughter. Fine. Die. The Golden Crow Crown Prince spat out these two words in anger, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Just now he had been too careless. Furthermore, he had not expected that Desolate's punch would contain such a terrifying amount of power. Kill! The Golden Crow Crown Prince let out a long howl and transformed into his true form. He turned into a huge three-legged golden crow. His cultivation of the lower-tier Absolute Saint realm burst out. He flapped his wings and charged toward Desolate Li. The terrifying Great Sun Divine Fire seemed to be able to incinerate everything as it poured towards the Desolate Power. Huang Li wore a pair of gloves on his hands. He circulated his nomological laws as he punched out continuously. Every punch caused the sky to rumble and form a vacuum. The terrifying fist force smashed towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince, destroying the Great Sun Divine Fire. Buzz! The Golden Crow Crown Prince's body had shrunk to the size of a normal person, but his speed was even more shocking. He was like a golden ray of light as he pounced towards Huang Li. His 3 golden crow claws were extremely hard and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. At the same time, his wings were like blades as they slashed towards Huang Li. Desolate power responded to all changes by remaining still. It stood in the air unmoving as it punched out with both fists, clashing fiercely with the golden crow crown prince. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Desolate power was able to hold back the golden crow crown prince's attacks. A superior grade heavenly spiritual body. Ming muttered. The golden crow crown prince's spiritual body was also a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. With his cultivation at the absolute saint realm, his combat power was indeed very strong. Ming understood that although he could temporarily resist the desolate power, he would definitely lose if the situation dragged on. After all, there was a huge difference between a supreme saint and an absolute saint. The law of extremity. It's the king body. The heavens' favorites who were attracted here were shocked. Even in the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy where geniuses were as common as clouds, there weren't many king physiques. Every king physique that appeared would attract a lot of attention. Once the king physique matured, it would definitely be very terrifying. The intense battle between Desolate Power and the Golden Crow Crown Prince continued. However, just as Ming had expected, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attacks became more and more violent. Desolate Power was gradually losing and was being suppressed. "I'll go help him." A figure stepped out from behind Ming. It was Xueqi. 2 scimitars flew out of Xueqi's body. One was extremely cold, and the other was scorching hot. The 2 scimitars spun and turned into a destructive force that shot toward the Golden Crow First Prince. The terrifying power shocked the Golden Crow Crown Prince. He immediately counterattacked with his full power. The power of the Divine Sun Fire and Xueqi collided. However, the Golden Crow Crown Prince still underestimated Xueqi. The 2 curved blades broke through the godly sun fire and slashed towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince quickly retreated in shock, but he was still swept by the blades, and golden feathers fell all over the sky. "Bah! Bird feathers all over the sky! Kill! Die!" Huang Li shouted as he charged at the Golden Crow Crown Prince, his fists punching out. As for Xueqi, she used her desolate power and the laws of yin and yang to attack the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince used all his power to fight the two, but he was actually forced into a disadvantage. Another king physique. Why are there so many king physiques? In the distance, many people were shocked. Desolate Power and Xueqi were both new, and they were together with Fengling and Long Chen. This meant that Fengling and Long Chen had 4 king bodies. 4 king bodies. Their cultivation was still a little weak, but if they all became absolute saints, what kind of power would they have? Despicable, 2 against 1. The second prince of the Golden Crow roared. An ultimate saint fighting a great saint? You still have the face to say that? How about this? It's only fair to fight on the same level. Ming swept his gaze across the Golden Crow second prince and the others as he spoke in disdain. The second prince of the Golden Crow and the others were tongue-tied for a moment. In a battle of the same level, only the body of a king could compete with someone of the same level. Ming had so many body of a king. What did they have to fight against someone of the same level? Their advantage was their cultivation and realm. How could he give up his strong points and take his weak points? Lady Xueqi, you're a member of the only divine temple. Are you going to interfere in our affairs? The Golden Crow's second prince turned his attention to Xueqi, hoping that she would back out of this matter. However, Xueqi couldn't be bothered with the second Golden Crow prince and attacked even more fiercely. Desolate Power and Xueqi, one attacking from close range and the other from afar, worked together to create a terrifying battle power. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared in anger, but he could do nothing. The Golden Crow Crown Prince had used all his strength, but he was at most on par with Xueqi and Desolate Li. Sometimes, he was even at a disadvantage. Although the Golden Crow Crown Prince's cultivation was strong and had reached the initial absolute saint realm, he had just broken through not long ago. Furthermore, the laws he controlled weren't king path laws. Xueqi and Desolate Li were both great saints in the Great Circle, not far from the absolute saint realm. The two of them working together were no weaker than the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The two sides exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. That's amazing. 2 king physiques. Moreover, they are both following Ming. Huang Ling and Long Chen were fine since they had seen Xueqi before. However, the other geniuses of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others were all shocked. There were actually 2 king physique experts who came with Lu Ming. Moreover, their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection, which was even stronger than Feng Ling and Long Chen. What about the combat strength of the rest? Many people could not help but cast their gazes towards the remaining Desolate race members. However, Huang Tian and the others were looking at the battlefield, and they were all eager to fight. In the past, when they were in the wild sacred region, they had only faced a limited number of geniuses. When had they ever seen so many geniuses? They felt like their blood was boiling, and their battle intent was burning. They wanted to fight just like Desolate power. Lu Ming, fight me if you're so capable. What's the point of hiding? The Golden Crow Crown Prince let out a long cry as he continuously shot out great solar divine fire, forcing Xueqi and Desolate power back. You want to fight with me? Fine, I'll fight with you. Let's go to the life and death battle stage. Do you dare? Lu Ming spoke, his voice exuding a terrifying murderous intent. A life and death battle. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat and he hesitated. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat strength. However, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for him. However, those who stepped into the life and death battle stage would have a life and death battle. It was allowed to kill one's opponent in the life and death arena. The Sacred Institute didn't forbid it. This was extremely dangerous. Since the start of the Sacred Institute, not many people had stepped onto the life and death battle stage. What's wrong? You wanted to challenge me to a battle earlier, but now you don't dare to? He's so arrogant, but he's just a coward. Lu Ming sneered coldly, his mockery growing stronger. Lu Ming, you don't know this, do you? These people only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. They use their power to bully others and take advantage of others' might. If they meet someone stronger or more ruthless, they'll immediately become tortoises. Long Chen sneered, causing the others to burst into laughter. Chapter 1872. The Great Battle Against the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were extremely dark. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. Lu Ming shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming, let's fight on the life and death stage. 111 definitely kill you today. The Golden Crow Crown Prince howled. All right. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were filled with a cold eye. Xueqi, Desolate power. You two stand down. Let me do it. Good, ha. Desolate Li laughed and threw a few more punches as he retreated with Xueqi. The Golden Crow Crown Prince retracted his divine sunfire and transformed into a tall young man in a golden robe. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of killing intent. Let's go to the life and death battle stage. The first prince of the Golden Crow turned around and left. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others followed. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest also headed in that direction. The life and death battle is about to begin. Let's go and take a look. The crowd that was watching from afar also followed. Not long after, they came to an open space where there was a huge purple-gold battle platform. It was said that this battle platform was made of a special metal by the great emperor. Ordinary martial sovereigns would find it difficult to break it, so they could fight to their heart's content on it. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was the first to step onto the fighting ring. He glared at Lu Ming with intense killing intent and shouted, Lu Ming, come up and die. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped into the fighting ring. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. Kill him. One want to eat bird meat. Chirping. Bubbles waved her tiny fists and yelled, causing the few Golden Crow race elites to have extremely ugly expressions. This little guy actually wanted to eat Golden Crow meat, which made them feel a burst of anger. However, there were still people who were in high spirits. Is this three-legged bird meat delicious? It's not poisonous, right? Desolate Li had a simple and honest look. It's not poisonous. It's not poisonous. It's delicious. Brother Lu Ming and one once had a wing. The meat is fresh and tender. It's really delicious when paired with fine wine. Chirpy. Bubbles squinted her eyes and licked her lips as she reminisced. It's that good. Huang Li, Huang Lai, and the other youths of the Desolate race grinned as their eyes lit up. They stared at the Golden Crow on the stage, wishing they could bite the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow First Prince, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and a few other Golden Crow race heaven's favorites almost spat out blood. They were so angry that they were shaking. However, Lu Ming smiled and said, "I'm sorry, the children at home are not easy to take care of and have a picky appetite. You should just contribute." Contribution, your sister. The Golden Crow Crown Prince almost cussed it out loud. In the end he shouted, "Lu Ming, I'll devour you today. Kill." The Golden Crow First Prince transformed into his true form. With a flap of his wings, he pounced toward Lu Ming. Its three extremely sharp claws clawed at Lu Ming, trying to tear him apart. Boom! Lu Ming circulated his holy power, and his cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. The people watching the battle were all stunned. Peak of the Great Saint Realm. This man is only at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but he dares to fight the Golden Crow Crown Prince on the life and death battle stage. How dare he? This man is dead for sure. In the battle just now, only two king physiques of the Great Saint Perfection could fight against the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This man's cultivation is at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. He can't be the Golden Crow Crown Prince's opponent. This person has just arrived at the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy, and he's already about to die. What a pity! As soon as Lu Ming revealed his cultivation, the paragons around him shook their heads. These heaven's favorites are very talented and knowledgeable. Especially during this period of time, how many geniuses have they seen? However, it was almost impossible for him to fight against the Golden Crow Crown Prince at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. Even the few sons of God would find it difficult to do so. They all thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. What law is that? The laws of chaos, it's the laws of chaos. Whoa, another son of God. Many people shouted in shock. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's punch collided with the Golden Crow Crown Prince's sharp claws, creating a violent boom. Then, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's huge body was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch, and Lu Ming himself was also pushed back a distance. They were evenly matched. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming had actually blocked the attack of the Golden Crow Crown Prince. With his cultivation at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, this was too shocking. Die! The Golden Crow Crown Prince let out a long cry and spread his wings. He flapped them and pounced toward Lu Ming again, launching an even more aggressive attack. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and the laws of chaos covered his body. With every punch, a prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed down on the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The two of them clashed continuously, and they were both equally matched. Great sun burns the heavens. Chaos Finger. The Golden Crow Crown Prince and Lu Ming cast their divine abilities at the same time. A huge sun and a huge finger collided. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, the sun was no match for the Chaos Tribulation Finger and exploded. The Golden Crow Crown Prince retreated frantically. In the competition of divine abilities, Lu Ming had the advantage. Now, Lu Ming's Chaos Finger Tribulation was approaching 70%. It was so powerful that it was comparable to 90% of the power of ordinary magical powers with laws as the core. And the Golden Crow Crown Prince's technique was only 80% complete. Kill! Lu Ming charged at the Golden Crow Crown Prince, his fingers pointing out continuously. Several Chaos Fingers of Tribulation formed at the same time and attacked the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince unleashed his full power. Flames filled the sky, forming many suns that shot toward Lu Ming. And NBSP, the fighting stage, continued to rumble as it was filled with solar fire and chaotic law energy. Seal! Lu Ming's right hand pointed with the Chaos Finger of Tribulation, and his left hand operated the law of formation. Countless runes appeared and formed a terrifying sealing power. It passed through the Golden Crow Crown Prince's divine sun fire and covered his entire body. The power of the seal was trying to seal the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This scene also shocked the other spectators. 2 types of nomological laws. How can this person control 2 types of nomological laws? An ultimate law and a king path law. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The people present were all geniuses from all over the world. They had seen many things, but they had never seen someone like Lu Ming. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts, and some of them even shouted loudly. Not good. The expressions of the second Golden Crow Prince, Mo Lang, and the others changed drastically. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at a disadvantage. At this moment, The Golden Crow Crown Prince himself was also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded his imagination. Break! The Golden Crow Crown Prince let out a long cry as a pair of wings appeared behind him. With a flap of his wings, they sliced through the array Dao laws covering his body like heavenly blades. Then, endless flames spread out and annihilated Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation. Buzz! The wings attached to the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body, causing his aura to rise rapidly. Chapter 1873. Chapter 1873 Killing the Golden Crow Monarch Weapon. It's a monarch weapon. Despicable. It was a fair battle and he actually used a monarch weapon. Huang Ling shouted. What despicable? This is a life-and-death battle. There's no rule against using monarch weapons. Monarch weapons are also a form of strength. Mo Lang sneered and a smile appeared on his face. With a monarch weapon in his hand, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was more than capable of killing Lu Ming even if he could not unleash its full power. Lu Ming, I've said it before. Today is the day you die. Kill. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's voice was cold as he returned to his high and mighty self. He flapped his golden wings and charged toward Lu Ming. The monarch weapon's power burst out with earth-shaking power. Do you think you're the only one with a monarch weapon? Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. The space between his brows glowed, and the Tai Chi formation disc flew out. It expanded rapidly, and a Tai Chi pattern appeared on it, pressing down on the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Tai Chi formation disc was a treasure on the same level as sovereign weapons. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power he could unleash became stronger and more mysterious. The wings on the Golden Crow's back launched attacks one after another, but they were all blocked by the Taiji formation disc. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. A few fingers of tribulation of chaos were pointed at the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's eyes narrowed and his saint power burst out. His golden wings shone with golden light and flew out of his body, turning into a huge three-legged golden crow. With a flap of his wings, raging flames spread and extinguished Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation. Press! Lu Ming's mind moved. The Tai Chi formation plate seized the opportunity and pressed down on the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow let out a long cry and pounced toward the Tai Chi formation disc. It crashed into the formation disc and sent it flying. Then, the Golden Crow flapped its wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Go to hell! The Golden Crow Crown Prince revealed a sinister smile. Lu Ming stood in the fighting ring, motionless. His face was calm as if he did not see the sovereign weapon that was pouncing at him. As the Golden Crow neared Lu Ming, a pill furnace appeared in his hand. The Dian Elixir Furnace. The Dian Elixir Furnace quickly grew to the size of a mountain. The lid of the elixir furnace opened and a shocking suction force erupted. Come in! Lu Ming grabbed one of the cauldron's legs and scooped the monarch weapon into the cauldron. He then quickly closed the lid. He didn't know what grade of treasure the Dian Elixir Furnace was, but the pair of wings couldn't break out at all. Return my monarch weapon! The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. If you're still thinking about the monarch weapon, then worry about yourself. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. Two sword gleams shot out from his eyes and rushed into the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's body trembled, and then the Tai Chi formation plate pressed down. A Tai Chi pattern covered the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming was even more violent. He lifted the Dian Elixir Furnace and threw it at the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming's attack was like a storm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince could not withstand it at all and was hit on the head by the Dian Elixir Furnace. With a thump, Crown Prince Jin Wu was knocked dizzy, his head almost split open, and his body fell heavily on the fighting stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Tai Chi pattern turned into the yin-yang fish sword and pierced through the Golden Crow Crown Prince's wings, making him scream in pain. Thump! Lu Ming lifted the Dian Elixir Furnace and smashed it on the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head again. This time, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was severely injured. His head cracked open and blood flowed out. The divine sun fire that filled his body was extinguished. He was on the verge of death. Lu Ming put away the Tai Chi formation disc and the Dian Elixir Furnace and stepped on the Golden Crow First Crown Prince's head. Stop, Lu Ming. My big brother is the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow clan. If you kill him, the Golden Crow clan will never let you off. The second Golden Crow Prince roared. The Windrace won't let you off either. Lang followed suit. Hee hee. Do you think that there is still room for reconciliation between me and the Golden Crow tribe? Lu Ming had a look of disdain on his face. He had already killed several crown princes of the Golden Crow clan. The two sides were mortal enemies. How could they ease the tension? If he didn't kill the crown prince, would the Golden Crow race let him go? As for the wind race, Lu Ming looked at Lang. If the wind race wants a fight, I, Lu Ming, will accept it. As for the Golden Crow crown prince, since he has stepped onto the life and death stage, he must die if he loses. An absolute holy weapon sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it at the Golden Crow first prince's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Crow crown prince's head was pierced by Lu Ming, and his soul was also destroyed. The crown prince of the Golden Crow was dead. What a powerful combat strength. This person's combat strength is too shocking. The son of chaos who controls the laws of chaos is indeed amazing. This is the third person in the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy who has controlled the strongest law. It's a pity that his cultivation is a little weak. It's still difficult to compete with the strongest heaven's favorites. However, when he grows up, he will be extremely terrifying. Some people in the surroundings were discussing excitedly. Yet another child of God had appeared. This was truly a golden age. Not only were the kings fighting for hegemony, but the philosophers were also fighting for supremacy. The second Golden Crow Prince and the others had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, especially those from the Golden Crow clan. They were all exuding a terrifying killing intent. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow clan was dead. The most powerful genius of the Golden Crow clan was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Most likely, if some of the older members of the Golden Crow clan were to find out about this, they would be enraged. Lu Ming, give me my brother's corpse. The Golden Crow's second prince coldly spoke. I'll leave it to you. How can you be so naive? This is my trophy. Moreover, don't you see that a few of my friends are very interested in the Golden Crow meat? Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued. You dare? The second prince of the Golden Crow was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He glared at Lu Ming. What's there to be afraid? It's not like I haven't done it before. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, he kept the corpse of the first Golden Crow Prince. Then, he looked at the second Golden Crow Prince and berated. Why aren't you all getting lost? Do you all want to come up and fight? I'll take you on. Just you wait. Feng Wuchen is in seclusion in the holy battlefield. When he comes out, I'll be the day of your death. The second Prince of the Golden Crow was furious, but he did not dare to fight Lu Ming. After leaving behind a few harsh words, he left with Lang and the rest. Brother Lu Ming is so powerful. There's Golden Crow meat to eat, chirpy. Pow Pow rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted excitedly. Let's go back and eat Golden Crow meat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the mountain peak where he lived with the rest. Not long after, a fragrant smell drifted out from the mountain and spread for 10 miles. That night, the entire Golden Crow entered everyone's stomach. Especially the 9 elites of the Desolate race. They ate until their mouths were full of oil, and even the bones were not spared. They were all swallowed by the 9 youths of the Desolate race. Even so, they were still not satisfied. Their eyes lit up, and they wondered if they should catch a few more to eat. Chapter 1874. Chapter 1874. Saint King ranking the first day of Lu Ming and the rest at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute ended just like that. After eating and drinking to their fill, they randomly chose a few courtyards to stay in. In any case, the area here was vast and incomparably empty, so there were plenty of empty courtyards. The next day, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others brought Lu Ming and the others around the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was built by a few great emperors and other emperor-ranked experts. They spent several years to build it. There are many wondrous places that are extremely helpful to cultivation. As the group walked, Huang Ling introduced them. That's true. In the past few months, many people have entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and used the resources here to improve their cultivation. We are the same. Long Chen said. How many geniuses are there in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's beyond our imagination. Huang Ling's expression was serious. The requirements to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy are to be at the Bright Saint Realm and have a low-tier heavenly spiritual body. This time, There are more than 10,000 people from the 9 Holy Lands, various monarch-level forces, and some ancient clans. Over 10,000 people. Lu Ming gasped. He was very shocked. There were actually over 10,000 people who met the requirements. How shocking was this? These people all had the potential to become Saint Emperors. Even if they only had the potential, it was impossible for so many of them to become Saint Emperors. That was already extremely shocking. There were so many people in a generation. There were many Emperor-level powerhouses in the Yuan mountain, but they had been accumulated over countless years. It would be terrifying if thousands of martial emperors appeared in a generation. Lu Ming finally understood what the Golden Age was. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a stone tablet soaring into the sky. It was as tall as the mountain peak and could be seen at a glance even from far away. That's the Saint King ranking. Let's go take a look, said Huang Ling. The group moved forward and soon appeared under the huge stone tablet. There were names on the stone tablet that were giving off a golden light. At a glance, there were about 40 names. The Saint King ranking represents the strongest group of people in the Saint Realm in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. However, those who want to be on the ranking must be at least in the Saint Realm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at the bottom, but he has disappeared. Huang Ling explained. I heard that only 100 people can make it onto the Saint King ranking, but since most of them haven't reached the absolute saint level yet, there are only 42 people. Long Chen added. Lu Ming understood now. It seemed that there were only 42 absolute saints in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. If everyone's cultivation improved in the future, there would be more than 100 absolute saints. Then, the Saint King ranking would only show the strongest 100 people. The Star River. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 42 names. The first name was the most eye-catching. It was called the Eternal Star River. Heng Xinghe. This person is extremely terrifying. He is one of the sons of God, born with an eternal body, and controls one of the 10 strongest laws, the Eternal Law. It is said that this person is the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, and he has the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. Huang Ling spoke. When she spoke of this person, her expression became very serious and fearful. The descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor who founded Heavenly Emperor City? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Although the Heavenly Emperor has fallen, he has left behind descendants who are one of the strongest forces in the Heavenly Emperor City. Huang Ling nodded. Then, Lu Ming continued to look at the names. Luo Congqiong 10th. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Luo Congqiong, the #1 genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, had deprived Qiuyu of her memory. Lu Ming would have to fight with him sooner or later. The Deathblade is only ranked 12th? Lu Ming muttered. The Deathblade was one of the 6 silver inheritors of the Hun Yuan sect. He controlled the Death Law and was the son of Death, one of the 10 strongest laws. He was also one of the sons of God like Hang Xing and Ah Tong, but his ranking was much lower. The Deathblade's cultivation is a little weak, so his ranking isn't high. Huang Ling explained. Then, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. It was Luo Tianyi, who was ranked 36th. Is this ranking accurate? What is the basis for that? Lu Ming asked. When the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy first opened, all the geniuses swarmed in at the same time. No one was willing to submit to the other, and naturally, intense battles broke out. Many of the supreme geniuses clashed with each other, and the rankings of the teachers of the Sacred Academy were determined by the battles. Said Huang Ling, isn't this not allowed? Lu Ming said. That's right, because some people are more low-key and didn't use their full strength. Some people didn't even make a move, so this Saint King ranking isn't very accurate for the time being. Some of the lower rankings might have astonishing battle strength, but no one can say for sure. I guess it will be rearranged in the future? Also, after a few months of fighting, the strongest geniuses have all entered the absolute saint battlefield to cultivate in seclusion. They're trying to break through and suppress everyone else. Said Huang Ling, so many chosen. This is great. Ha ha ha. Desolate Li was extremely excited. The other members of the Desolate race were similarly excited. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lu Ming memorized the dozens of names on the Saint King ranking, and the group walked in the other direction. Following that, Lu Ming saw many wonderful places, many of which were helpful for cultivation. For example, one of the places was called the Mystic Purgatory Valley. There were powerful challenges there, and one could cultivate mystic arts. However, one had to pay a certain amount of raw stones to enter these places. A large amount of energy was required to maintain these cultivation grounds. Although the great emperors had built them, they did not have enough resources to maintain them. Naturally, they had to collect the corresponding ori rocks. 111 cultivate here. You guys can choose where you want to cultivate. Lu Ming said to the Desolate race. Only by choosing the most suitable place for cultivation would it be of the greatest help. I'm cultivating here with brother Lu Ming. Pow Pow said. Divine power. Purgatory Valley. We've been here for a while. Let's go somewhere else to cultivate. Said Huang Ling, I want to go to the Power God Valley. Desolate Li revealed a look of anticipation. Then, everyone split up and went to choose their own places to cultivate. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked towards the divine ability, Purgatory Valley. The sacred art, Purgatory Valley, was a vast valley. It was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. It was as if it led to the abyss of purgatory. A profound formation had been set up here, and it could accommodate many people to cultivate at the same time. There were naturally guards at the entrance of the valley. Before entering, one had to apply for a jade card to enter the valley and store some raw stones inside. Then, for every day of cultivation, the jade card would deduct 1 day's worth of raw stones. If a person cultivated inside for too long, the raw stones deposited in advance would be deducted and they would have to pay back when they came out. Lu Ming stored Bubbles and 3 months' worth of raw gemstones at one go. He then walked into the divine ability, Purgatory Valley. Chapter 1875. Both of them broke through as soon as Lu Ming stepped into the valley. His surroundings changed. He realized that he was in a desolate valley. It was pitch black and empty. Even Bubbles were not by his side. Suddenly, a few figures condensed in front of him. They were blurry and their faces could not be seen clearly. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The few figures pounced on Lu Ming one after another, as fast as lightning. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. The laws of chaos covered his entire body. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and punched out with both fists. The figures also launched various attacks. Some were punches, some were palm strikes, and some were finger forces. However, they all had one thing in common. They all used the laws of chaos. Bang! Bang! There were consecutive collisions and a few figures were sent flying by Lu Ming. He can indeed use the laws of chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard from Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others that this superpower, Purgatory Valley, was extremely mysterious. The human figures condensed here could use the same laws as the ones who entered. The deeper one went into the valley, the stronger the power of the person who used the laws would be. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the few figures, increasing his strength. There were a few consecutive explosions and the few figures were defeated by Lu Ming. Although these figures could use the laws of chaos, they were very weak. They were far inferior to Lu Ming and naturally could not withstand a single blow. After defeating a few figures, Lu Ming stepped forward. He had not gone far when a few more figures appeared. These figures could still use the laws of chaos and were more powerful than the previous figures. However, they were far inferior to Lu Ming and were still defeated by him in a few moves. Lu Ming continued to move forward. In this way, Lu Ming defeated dozens of groups of figures. The figures he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. The power of the law of chaos was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming's. They could even use the finger of chaos just like Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. He circulated the chaos laws at full force and fought with the other party. Whoosh! 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 A total of 3 figures pointed their fingers at the same time. 3 huge fingers came from 3 directions and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was highly focused and his figure changed. At the moment his figure changed, he pointed out 3 fingers at an extremely fast speed. Similarly, 3 huge fingers formed and pointed towards the other party. The 6 huge fingers collided with each other and were in a stalemate in the air. However, in the end, Lu Ming was still stronger. The other party's chaotic finger of tribulation collapsed and his body was also destroyed by Lu Ming. The power of these figures' chaotic finger of tribulation is very close to mine. If it was a little stronger, it would not be so easy for me to win. But this is good. It will help me improve. Lu Ming pondered and took another step forward. He had not walked far when another figure appeared and attacked Lu Ming. This time, the figure's mastery of the laws of chaos was no weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming and the three figures engaged in an intense battle. The laws of chaos pervaded the air and collided continuously. It was extremely rare to collide with the same laws. This way, one could better see one's shortcomings and improve. It was obvious that the great emperors had spent a lot of effort to build such a place. This time, the battle lasted for a full half an hour before Lu Ming finally defeated the three figures. My chaos finger of tribulation is close to 70%. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation was about 69% complete. Now it was close to 70% complete. If he cultivated like this, it wouldn't take long for him to reach 70%. Lu Ming continued to move forward. This time, the figure that appeared was even more powerful. After fighting with Lu Ming for more than an hour, Lu Ming still could not defeat the other party. In the end, his holy energy ran out and he could only retreat. As long as Lu Ming retreated, the few figures would not pursue him. After Lu Ming's holy power recovered, he continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. A few figures were fighting in an extremely intense manner. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming kept pointing out the chaos finger of tribulation. The power of the chaos finger of tribulation suddenly soared. The chaotic fingers of tribulation that the three figures pointed out were instantly crushed by Lu Ming. The terrifying force shattered the three figures. Primal chaos tribulation finger. 70%. Lu Ming muttered and revealed a faint smile. Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had broken through in just 2 days of cultivation. Although the difference between 69% and 70% seemed very close, the difference in power was very large. Once it broke through 70%, it would be another level. For an ordinary martial artist, it was impossible to break through 70% without the cultivation of an absolute saint realm. Moreover, the chaotic finger was even more difficult to cultivate. Of course, all the rules were meant to be broken by geniuses. This was truly a good place. No wonder all the geniuses of the entire Yuan mountain would gather here. A cultivation sanctuary jointly built by several great emperors was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, there would also be a Tao lecture by a great emperor. The geniuses would clash with each other. This way, the cultivation speed of this batch of geniuses would definitely increase, forcing out their potential and pushing them to a higher realm. Continue. Lu Ming revealed an excited expression and continued to move forward. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Purgatory Valley. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming cultivated tirelessly and his apocalyptic finger of chaos progressed very quickly. In less than 2 months, he had reached 80% mastery in the apocalyptic finger of chaos. One had to know that the higher the sacred art was, the harder it was to improve. The closer it was to perfection, the more difficult it was to improve it. In less than 2 months, he was able to raise it to 80%. The speed was already very terrifying. If he were to cultivate normally, he might not even be able to achieve it even after several years. Moreover, as he continued to fight with those figures, Lu Ming's saint energy was constantly being condensed and strengthened. It was approaching the great saint perfection at a rapid speed. On this day, Lu Ming felt the saint energy in his body surge like a flood after a huge battle with 3 figures. It was unbelievably fast. I'm about to break through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After nearly 2 months of continuous fighting, his cultivation had finally reached 0. He was about to break through to the great sage perfection. Lu Ming retreated and sat down cross-legged. He took out a large pile of raw gemstones and began to strive for the great saint perfection realm. In a luxurious courtyard in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, the second prince of the Golden Crow, Mo Lang and the others were all standing respectfully in front of a green-robed young man. The Golden Crow Crown Prince is dead? Hee, how dare you? The green-robed young man said. His voice was very gentle, but everyone could hear the cold killing intent in it. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others trembled. This man was the peerless genius of the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen. He was a top figure who had reached the absolute saint realm a long time ago. Even in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, which was full of geniuses, he was a very famous existence. Chapter 1876. Chapter 1876 Killing Young Master Wuchen. It's all because of Lu Ming. He's too audacious. Otherwise, we would have taken down Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest. Mo Lang said respectfully. Oh, I've heard of that, Lu Ming. He stirred up a storm in ancient Moon Sanctuary a while ago. Unfortunately, the Wind Clan had not yet emerged at that time. Otherwise, we would have suppressed him long ago. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Young Master Wuchen, we've also mentioned your name, but Lu Ming didn't give us any face at all. He even said that if you're not convinced, you can look for him directly." The Golden Crow's second prince chimed in. "Arrogant and ignorant, you're really looking for death." Beside Feng Wuchen, another green-robed young man said coldly. This man was also a heaven's favorite of the Wind Clan, but he was not as strong as Feng Wuchen. "You're asking me to find him? Hee, alright, I'll go find him then. From now on, those people don't need to stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy anymore." Feng Wuchen said indifferently. With his hands behind his back, he took a step forward and walked out. The other geniuses of the Wind Race, as well as Ink Wolf and the Golden Crow second prince, followed him. On the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest lived, there was an open space. Two figures were fighting fiercely, erupting terrifying fluctuations. These two were Long Chen and Desolate. After 2 months of cultivation, Long Chen's cultivation had finally entered the Great Saint Perfection. The moment he entered the Great Saint Perfection, Desolate power found him. The two of them had nothing to say and immediately engaged in an intense battle. The battle between the two was very similar. It was direct, brutal, and overbearing. It was like two ancient beasts fighting. Ow! The trumpeting of elephants could be heard. Long Chen's arms expanded several times as he circulated his nomological laws to the extreme. He punched out continuously with both fists. With every punch, a giant elephant rose into the air and crushed toward Desolate Li. Desolate Li's muscles bulged as a wild light shone in his eyes. He roared and continued to punch out. Each punch would destroy a giant elephant. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves before they retreated to the sides. They stared at each other like two wild beasts. "Haha, awesome, this is awesome. How about we fight another day?" Desolate Li suddenly laughed. "That's exactly what one want. Let's have a great battle another day." Long Chen's fighting spirit was not weak at all. They looked at each other, feeling a sense of appreciation for each other, and a sense of regret that they had not met each other. And NBSP, the two of them controlled the same laws and fought each other. This would greatly benefit each other and allow them to find their own weaknesses. Although he could also condense a figure with the same laws as himself after entering the Purgatory Valley, it was condensed by a grand array after all. There was still a huge gap between it and a true genius or a real person. Real people had thoughts and could understand. They could see through weaknesses and fight against each other. The effect would naturally be better. The two of them stopped fighting and sat down cross-legged to absorb the Ori rocks to recover their true Yuan. Not long after, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, a terrifying tornado with destructive power swept toward the mountain they lived on. "Who is it? Block it!" Long Chen and Desolate Li roared at the same time. Their bodies shot into the sky, and they charged towards the tornado. Their fists continued to strike out, and terrifying fist forces were sent towards the tornado. After dozens of punches, the tornado was finally stopped. The expressions of the two of them turned gloomy. The other party was too audacious, directly attacking them in their residence, wanting to destroy the courtyard they were staying in. This was a direct slap to their faces, a humiliation. In the distance, a young man in a green robe was walking in the air with his hands behind his back. He was Feng Wuchen. Too extreme king physique. This is really rare. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Chen and Desolate Li in shock. "Feng Wuchen," Long Chen said with a serious expression. "This guy is Feng Wuchen. He's so pretentious. I'll beat him until he cries later." Desolate Li grinned, his eyes filled with ferocity. At that moment, on the mountain peak, other figures rose into the air and came behind Huang Li and Long Chen. A few of them were the elites of the Desolate race, while the others were elites of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Thunder God Sect. At the same time, the other heaven's favorites of the Wind Race, Ink Wolf, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others also arrived and stood behind Feng Wuchen. The two sides drew their swords and their powerful auras met in the air. The fluctuations here naturally alerted the paragons of the other peaks. One by one, they stood in the void and watched from afar. "It's Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen has come out. I knew it. Once Feng Wuchen comes out, he will definitely make a move. He won't let Long Chen and the others go easily. I wonder how they will deal with Feng Wuchen." It seems like there's going to be another intense battle. Many people spoke up, filled with anticipation. Previously, Lu Ming had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. How would Feng Wuchen treat Lu Ming and the rest? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "The two of you are rare talents. Come to me and work for me. I will make you my right and left arms. One will not treat you badly." He still wanted to subdue Desolate Power and Long Chen. If he had the help of the two king physiques, he would definitely be able to have a place in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Help you? Take a piss and look at yourself. Who do you think you are? Desolate Li immediately cursed. He only knows how to suppress us with his cultivation level. He even wants us to join him. What a joke. Long Chen also sneered. They were all king physiques, so how could they rely on Feng Wuchen? Did Feng Wuchen have the right? Feng Wuchen's cultivation was only slightly higher now. Once they had a breakthrough, their cultivation would catch up to Feng Wuchen's and they would have no fear of him at all. Stubborn. Then I'd like to see what capital you have to clamor in front of me. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He took a step forward and a gust of wind howled between heaven and earth. Endless destructive wind appeared out of thin air and wreaked havoc in the world. Each gust of wind was like a terrifying destructive divine weapon. It cut through the space, leaving a hideous mark in the space. Feng Wuchen was also a king body. He controlled the laws of the wind of destruction and was a lower-tier absolute saint. Although his cultivation level was the same as the Golden Crow Crown Prince, his battle power was much stronger. Long Chen and Huang Li's eyes turned serious. The saint energy in their bodies circulated crazily, and they used their full strength to unleash their laws. They were like two wild beasts that were lying dormant, ready to unleash a shocking attack at any moment. Exterminate! At this moment, Feng Wuchen pressed down with a single hand, and a terrifying destructive wind swept toward Long Chen and Desolate. Boom! Boom! Long Chen and Desolate Li attacked at the same time. They punched continuously, causing the sky to shake. The air was completely compressed together, forming a terrifying force that shot towards the destructive wind. Explosions continued to occur in the sky. Long Chen and Desolate Li's bodies trembled as they were forced back. You can block one of my attacks. Not bad. Continue. Feng Wuchen's body was wrapped in the wind as he continued to walk. With every step, the wind became more violent and swept through the sky. The clouds in the sky had long been swept away by the wind. Two terrifying tornadoes flew towards Desolate Li and Long Chen. Chapter 1877. Chapter 1877 Intense Confrontation. Extreme God Statue Fist. An elephant's cry resounded through the sky. Dragon Star Saint Power was boiling. He punched out, and a huge Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. It roared at the sky and rushed forward. Extreme Star Fist. Desolate Li punched out as well. A star appeared on his fist, as if he was pushing the star towards the tornado. The two's fist force was filled with boundless power. They used their power to break through all techniques in the heavens. The giant elephant and the star collided with the two tornadoes, causing a deafening boom. In the end, the two tornadoes were blocked and dissipated in the sky. Feng Wuchen's face turned gloomy after two of his moves were blocked. He was in the absolute saint realm. It would be embarrassing if he could not take down two great saints so easily. Storm Blade of Destruction, die! Feng Wuchen shouted. Countless blades appeared around him. They were extremely sharp and had destructive power. Whoosh! 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 Destructive storm blades shot towards Long Chen and Desolate Li. Long Chen and Desolate tried their best to resist, but their cultivation was too weak. They were in a precarious situation. Then leave these people to us. The paragons of the wind race had their eyes on Phoenix Palace. The other members of the Divine Elephant sect stepped toward them. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others followed and launched a terrifying attack. Send out the news, gather our men, and then defend with all our strength. One of the Phoenix Palace's paragons shouted, and everyone sent out the news through voice transmission jade talismans one after another. Then, they went into a defensive stance. Some of them were still cultivating in some places in the Sacred Institute. They were few in number and could only defend. A few youths from the Desolate race took a step forward and stood at the front of the crowd. They swung their huge battle axes and maces, sending a few elites flying. They're so strong. How many of them have upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies? These people are burly and different from ordinary people. What are their origins? Mo Lang exchanged a blow with a Desolate race youth, and his body was sent flying. His body was numb, and there was a sharp pain in his arm, as if his bones had almost been shattered. It might be one of the ancient race, the Desolate race. A genius of the Wind race said. As an ancient race, they naturally knew of the Desolate race. Ancient race. Mo Lang and the others took a deep breath. The ancient race had been passed down since ancient times. They had terrifying secret techniques and their foundations were unfathomable. No ancient race could be underestimated. Leave these few Desolate race members to us. You guys deal with the rest. The Wind race's paragon said. A terrifying wind surrounded his body as he charged towards the Desolate race youth. Mo Lang and the others attacked the others. Although killing wasn't allowed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, it was fine as long as they weren't crippled or killed. They were going to beat the stubborn people of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect half to death, and then throw them out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Desolate race, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other sects had fewer people. They were at a complete disadvantage, with some already injured. As for Long Chen and Desolate Li, they were not in a good state either. They were also at a disadvantage and were forced to retreat. If not for the fact that both of them cultivated extreme laws and their spiritual bodies were also known for their strength, which meant that their defenses were also extremely strong, they would have already been defeated. But even so, it couldn't hold on for too long. Seeing that they were in a precarious situation, a figure flew over from the distance. Before he even arrived, a cold and hot aura burst out. The two curved blades rotated at an extreme speed, forming a terrible destructive force that pressed toward Feng Wuchen. Qiu Yu had arrived. The law of yin and yang. Feng Wuchen's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and a destructive storm blade slashed towards Qiu Yu. It collided with Qiu Yu's two curved blades and sparks flew. Kill! Kill! Long Chen and Desolate Li took this opportunity to attack. They broke through dozens of storm blades, and their fists flew toward Feng Wuchen like rainbows. If you want to counterattack, you're still far from it. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. He opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind that shattered Long Chen's and Desolate's fists. Qiu Yu, Long Chen, and Huang Li joined forces to fight Feng Wuchen. The king physique of three great saints in the exceptional realm is really amazing. However, even if the three of them join forces, they might not be able to fight Feng Wuchen. That's right. If there was one more person, I'm afraid we could fight. One wonder if Huang Ling has broken through to the great saint perfection. The crowd in the distance discussed animatedly. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! And at that moment, there were figures flying over from the distance. They were people from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Desolate race who were cultivating elsewhere. They had received the voice transmission and rushed over. Take 2 hammer strikes from your grandfather. Huang Di waved his 2 giant hammers and rushed over from the distance. The 2 giant hammers were like a whirlwind as they smashed toward the second Golden Crow Prince. The shocking pressure from the hammer made the second prince of the Golden Crow turn pale with fright. Summoning the Divine Sun Fire, he resisted with all his might. And NBSP, but when the hammer fell, the Golden Crow second prince screamed as his wings exploded. His body was sent flying, and he was severely injured. Although the second prince of the Golden Crow was also in the great circle of the Supreme Saint realm, his spiritual body was only a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. He was no match for the Desolate land and was severely injured in one move. With the Desolate race, Phoenix Palace, and the other sect elites rushing back, they finally stabilized the situation. However, they were still at a disadvantage. After all, the other party had the paragons of the Wind race. In addition, there were the paragons of the Sky Wolf Tower, Yuan family, Golden Crow clan, and so on. There were at least a dozen sects from the ancient Moon Holy Land who had joined the Wind race. With so many paragons gathered together, there were simply too many people. The Desolate race, Phoenix Palace, and other sects could only defend, and could not launch a counterattack. And as time passed, more and more people were injured. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. A flaming phoenix flew over at top speed and enveloped the Sky Wolf Tower, the Golden Crow race, and a large number of heaven's favorites. It's the unperishable flame! Someone exclaimed. Bang! Bang! The flaming phoenix screeched and the law of the undying fire was activated. One by one, The young geniuses were sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Some of the weaker ones were directly injured and no longer had the strength to fight. It's Huang Ling, damn it. She has also broken through to the great saint perfection. Mo Lang roared. In the next moment, an undying flame shot towards Mo Lang, sending him flying and spitting out blood. Huang Ling had broken through to the great saint perfection. She was almost invincible among those of the same level. Even though the wind race had a few heaven's favorites with upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies, they were no match for her. They were suppressed by the phoenix spirit and were injured by the phoenix spirit, greatly reducing their combat strength. With the addition of Huang Ling, they immediately stabilized the situation and gained the upper hand. Feng Ling, go and help Long Chen and the others. We can hold them off here. Mu Qingxue called out. Huang Ling had injured a few of the enemy's strongest elites, and the enemy's combat strength was greatly reduced. As for them, they had the cooperation of the Desolate race's experts, so they had no problem protecting themselves. All right, be careful. Let's go, Huang Ling said. The phoenix formed by the unperishable flame let out a cry and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. Chapter 1878. The Battle of the Five Kings. Huang Ling had the undying celestial phoenix body and she controlled the law of the undying fire. Her life force was extremely strong. She almost turned into the undying fire and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. She was not afraid of the wind of destruction and blocked it. Qiu Yu, Long Chen, and Desolate Li seized the opportunity to attack. In an instant, Feng Wuchen was forced back a few thousand meters. Don't think that you'll be useful just because you have more people. Feng Wuchen bellowed as his entire body turned transparent, as if he was about to transform into a gust of wind. The wind between heaven and earth was getting stronger and stronger. Tornadoes formed around Feng Wuchen, and there were also storm blades. The destructive attack swept toward Long Chen and the others. I'll block it, you guys attack. Undying cage. Die! Huang Ling shouted. Endless flames spread out and turned into a huge flame cage, blocking the destructive storm. Long Chen and Huang Li stepped forward and appeared beside Feng Ling to protect her. At the same time, they attacked Feng Wuchen. As for Qiu Yu, she stood behind Feng Ling and the others. She did not care about her own defense and attacked with all her might. Qiu Yu attacked with all her might. Her attacks were terrifying. With the help of the laws of yin and yang, her two curved blades were extremely destructive. She kept attacking Feng Wuchen. The heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The others had to stay far away from their battlefield. The Battle of the Five Kings. For great Saint King physiques were fighting against a king physique of initial absolute saint. This was a rare sight. At this moment, more and more people were watching the battle from afar. Even many powerful heaven's favorites who had been in seclusion appeared. Among them, there was a group of people in snow-white robes. They were very eye-catching, especially one of the most beautiful women. She was so beautiful that people kept looking at her. If Lu Ming was here, he would be shocked because the woman was Xian Yanjuan. It's the ancient saint clan. Who is that woman? It's so beautiful. One heard that he's a terrifying genius from the ancient saint clan. He's extremely powerful. Many people looked at Xian Yanjuan and his group and discussed among themselves. But very quickly, everyone's attention was focused on the battle ahead. 4 great Saint King physiques in the Great Circle are really amazing. If they all break through to the absolute saint realm, I'm afraid they will stir up a storm in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. This is strange. King physique has always been arrogant and solitary. Why are these 4 king physique gathered together to fight Feng Wuchen? It seems to be because of a person called Lu Ming. Lu Ming. You guys have been in seclusion all this time, so you don't know this. This Lu Ming just joined the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy not long ago, and he's a son of chaos. What? The son of chaos? Some people exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect that another son of chaos would appear in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It was no wonder that so many king physiques were gathered together. If it was because of the son of chaos, then it was not surprising. Lu Ming? Xian Yanjuan murmured as a strange light flickered in her eyes. At this moment, Long Chen and the other 3 had teamed up to fight Feng Wuchen and finally turned the tables. However, Feng Wuchen was an absolute saint after all. His cultivation was much higher than theirs, so it was almost impossible for them to win. However, with the 4 of them working together, it would be difficult for Feng Wuchen to win. The battle was very intense, but it was difficult to determine the winner. Hee, it's really intense. At this time, a cold and grave laughter sounded out, and two young men came over together. It's them, Luo Pokong, Kong Lang. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the two of them. How did these two end up together? Many of them had grave expressions. This was because Luo Pokong and Kong Lang both had king physiques, and it was said that both of them had entered the Absolute Saint realm not long ago. Two Absolute Saint king bodies came together. It's that bitch. Luo Pokong's eyes looked directly at Xueqi, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back in the ancient Yang sacred land, he was defeated by Ming because of Xueqi and lost all his face. Brother Luo, do you know that woman? Kong Lang laughed. My brother Luo Tsongqiong has taken a fancy to that woman, but she is against the Daluo Heaven sect every day. One don't know where she went a while ago. I didn't expect to see her here. I'll take her and send her to my brother. Luo Pokong took a step forward after he finished speaking. There was a penetrating law circulating around his body. His body seemed to be able to penetrate the void. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he appeared not far from Xueqi. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers were like 5 long spears, piercing toward Xueqi. Xueqi's expression changed. She did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. Luo Pokong. Xueqi shouted and could only use all her strength. She retrieved her 2 curved blades and attacked Luo Pokong. But now that Luo Pokong had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm, his combat strength had soared. He grabbed with his fingers, and Xueqi's 2 scimitars were sent flying. Xueqi, leave these people and go to my brother Luo Tsongqiong. Luo Pokong said coldly. Don't even think about it. One will choose anyone but Luo Tsongqiong. Let him give up. Xueqi said coldly. Her master had also told her that Luo Tsongqiong had taken away a part of her memory in order to get her. She only felt disgust for Luo Tsongqiong. You don't know how to appreciate my brother's kindness. It's your good fortune that my brother has taken a fancy to you. Luo Pokong's face darkened. He kept pointing his finger, and the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and headed toward Xueqi. Xueqi quickly retreated and used all her strength to resist, but she was still completely at a disadvantage. Oh no, Lady Xueqi is in danger. I'll go help her. Desolate Li's expression changed. Ming was an external elder of the Desolate race. He had done the Desolate race a great favor and held a high status. As for Xueqi and Ming, they had a good relationship and had gone to the Desolate race together. Therefore, Li could not let anything happen to Xueqi. His body flashed and he rushed towards Luo Pokong, his fists punching out continuously. You're overestimating yourself. A long spear appeared in Luo Pokong's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear radiance shot out, destroying Li's fist force and forcing him to retreat. On the other side, Xueqi seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong's cultivation base was too strong. With a sweep of his spear, he broke Xueqi's attack. Desolate Li seized the opportunity and rushed to Xueqi's side. He joined forces with Xueqi and fought Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong also had a king body, and his cultivation was in the Absolute Saint realm. Although he had just broken through to the Absolute Saint realm not long ago, and his battle strength was slightly weaker than Feng Wuchen's, the difference was not big. Even if Desolate Li and Xueqi joined forces, they were no match for him. On the other side, Fengling and Long Chen were also at a disadvantage. Because of Luo Pokong's interference, the situation in this battle had taken a huge turn. Fengling, Long Chen, and the others are in trouble this time. They're no match for 2 king bodies in the Absolute Saint realm. That's right. I'm afraid he'll be heavily injured and thrown out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He'll lose all his face. Some people sighed. With Luo Pokong's interference, Ling and the others no longer had a chance. Moreover, Kong Lang, who came with Luo Pokong, would he interfere? Chapter 1879. Fighting Luo Pokong again in the Divine Ability, Purgatory Valley, Ming had finally broken through the shackles after a period of cultivation. He had broken through Ro the Great Saint Perfection, and his aura had skyrocketed. Around him, pieces of raw gemstones exploded and turned into rolling original chi, which surged into Ming's body and turned into saint energy. There were 2 saint hearts in Ming's body. Now that he had reached the perfected Supreme Saint realm, His saint power was extremely strong. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's aura was restrained. I've gained a lot from this cultivation. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation and reached the great sage perfection. I've also mastered 80% of the primal chaos tribulation finger. It's time to go out. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Last time, he had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. If the wind race came out of seclusion, he didn't know if they would take revenge. Although killing was forbidden in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, as long as one didn't step onto the life and death battle stage, they would be fine. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming strode towards the exit of the Purgatory Valley. He was very fast and there were no obstacles. In a short while, Lu Ming had left the divine ability, Purgatory Valley. It seems like Bubbles is still cultivating. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then his expression changed. The moment he came out, he seemed to have received a message from a jade talisman. Lu Ming took out the jade voice transmission talisman and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His expression changed abruptly. It was the news from the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling and the others were in danger. In fact, some of the paragons of the Divine Elephant sect in the Phoenix Palace had been sending him messages continuously. Previously, he had been in the Purgatory Valley and could not send messages in at all. However, they did not give up and continued to send messages. Now that Lu Ming had come out of seclusion, they naturally received the news. The wind race and Luo Pokong. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he circulated his saint energy and his figure was like a ray of light, cutting through the void. At this moment, be it Xueqi, Desolate Power, Huang Ling, or Long Chen, all of them were in danger. The four of them were no match for Feng Wuchen and Luo Pokong even when they joined forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand burst out. It turned into rays of spear radiance and pierced towards the vital points of Xueqi and Desolate Power. Each of the spear's radiances contained the power of the law of penetration. They could penetrate everything, even other laws. At this moment, 2 parts of Desolate Li's body had already been pierced by the spear radiance. The front and back of his body were completely penetrated and blood was flowing out. If not for the special constitution of the Desolate race, making them extremely strong and resilient, they would not have been able to continue fighting. However, he still stood in front of Xueqi. The two of them used all their strength to fight Luo Pokong. Desolate Power barely dodged one of Rhe's spear radiances, or else he would have been pierced through. At this moment, Feng Ling and Long Chen were not in a much better state. Even with Feng Ling's terrifying vitality, her face was pale. Where's Lu Ming? Where's he hiding? Let him come out and fight me. Luo Pokong shouted coldly. He had lost face when he was defeated by Lu Ming last time. Now that he had broken through to the Saint Realm, he must humiliate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming makes a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Desolate Li grinned. Lu Ming defeated this person previously. Xueqi said, "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. It turns out that you're Lu Ming's defeated opponent. You still have the face to come here?" Desolate Li laughed. "Shut up. If Lu Ming dares to show up, I'll make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. It's a pity that he's like a tortoise hiding in its shell now. He doesn't dare to show himself." Luo Pokong sneered. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the distance. Then, a beam of light flew over from the distance at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at this place. This rainbow light did not stop at all. It rushed directly towards Luo Pokong. Huge prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another and pressed down on Luo Pokong. "Lu Ming!" Luo Pokong let out an angry roar and thrust his long spear at the illusionary steel. The illusionary steel exploded, and Luo Pokong's body trembled and he took a few steps back. Buzz. The light faded and Lu Ming's figure appeared. "It's Lu Ming!" The hearts of Huang Ling and the others moved, and they revealed happy expressions. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Desolate race were also delighted. They did not know why, but as long as they saw Lu Ming, they would feel at ease. It was as if Lu Ming had the ability to turn the tide. "Lu Ming, long time no see. I wonder if you can turn the tide in this situation?" In the distance, Xian Yanjuan muttered among the ancient Saint clan members, "This person is the son of chaos?" Those who had never seen Lu Ming before could not help but whisper, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Would the son of chaos appearance change the outcome of the war? Xueqi, Huang Li. Go and help Huang Ling and Rhe rest. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming said. All right. Without any hesitation, Qiu Yu and Desolate charged at Feng Wuchen. With the help of Qiu Yu and Desolate, the situation was finally stabilized. Haha, Lu Ming, you've come at the right time. Today, I'll trample you under my feet and let you suffer all kinds of humiliation. Luo Pokong looked at Lu Ming, his eyes glimmering with cold-killing intent. Now that he had become an absolute saint, his combat strength had increased dramatically. He was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. He was forced to take a few steps back by Lu Ming earlier because he was in a hurry and did not unleash much of his strength. Loser, since you've already been defeated once, you'll never be my opponent in the future. Lu Ming said coldly, full of confidence and the belief that he would not lose. This time, you're the one who's defeated. Kill. Luo Pokong's long spear trembled and hundreds of spear lights appeared, stabbing toward Lu Ming. Smale tricks. Break. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched continuously. Tall prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, suppressing everything. Bang, bang, bang. The spear radiance exploded and was suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming stepped forward and broke through the sniping of the spear radiance, blasting it toward Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's face darkened. His long spear buzzed and pierced toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Clang! A huge prison-suppressing steel appeared and clashed with the long spear. Thump! The phantom image of the prison-suppressing steel exploded and the long spear trembled continuously. Lu Ming and Luo Pokong's bodies trembled at the same time and they retreated a few steps. The hearts of many of the spectators in the distance trembled. He's so strong, Lai can resist an absolute Saint King body alone. Someone asked in shock. Lu Ming's cultivation base was revealed as soon as he made his move. He was a perfected great saint. For example, Feng Ling and the others only managed to resist Feng Wuchen after the 4 king bodies joined forces. However, Lu Ming alone could fight with Luo Pokong. As expected of the Son of Chaos. His combat strength is truly terrifying. Someone sighed. Luo Pokong's face also darkened, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Kill! The long spear was like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lu Ming. The power of the penetrating law was shocking. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and continued to bombard with his prison-suppressing heavenly art. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Chapter 1880. Chapter 1880. Kings gather. This is all he can do after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke with a mocking tone. Die, destructive strike. Luo Pokong shouted loudly and burst out with his magical technique, displaying his strongest attack. Chaos finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and the chaotic finger of tribulation burst forth, clashing with the opponent's long spear. Buzz. The long spear shook violently as if it was under extreme pressure. Luo Pokong's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. Luo Pokong's divine art was about 85% mature, and it was a king path law, so its power was already very shocking. On the other hand, Lu Ming's magical power technique was at 80% maturity, but it was a law of chaos. Its power was equivalent to 90% of the law of kings, which was still superior to Luo Pokong's. Your strongest attack is only also suppress. Lu Ming's finger pointed out continuously. The energy between heaven and earth gathered towards his finger in a frenzy. A few huge fingers formed in succession and pointed at Luo Pokong. Extreme penetration. Luo Pokong shouted loudly. His body seemed to bow and then shoot out, erupting with astonishing power. With the support of the saint energy of the absolute saint stage, his long spear's penetrative power became even more shocking as he clashed with Lu Ming. Boom! 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 After a few explosions, Luo Pokong's figure retreated again. Luo Pokong retreated while Lu Ming advanced. The fingers of his right hand were constantly pointing out to cast the chaotic finger of tribulation. On his left hand, the law of formation was operating. Endless runes spread out and formed a sealing force that covered Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong retreated continuously, not daring to let the sealing power stick to him. Luo Pokong is no match, he's at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's abilities are so terrifying. The other heaven's favorites were all shocked. Previously, it was already very shocking that Lu Ming could resist Luo Pokong. Now, Lu Ming was actually suppressing Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong, didn't you want to trample me under your feet today? Why are you retreating? Lu Ming spoke sarcastically, but his attacks did not stop. Instead, they became even more violent. And NBSP, he used the primal chaos tribulation finger in his right hand to constantly point out the primal chaos laws. The law of the array Dao in his left hand was suffused with endless runes, forming a sealing power that was about to seal Luo Pokong. Although Luo Pokong's penetrative power was strong, he was suppressed by the finger of tribulation of primal chaos. He could only retreat continuously and was completely at a disadvantage. Lu Ming. Luo Pokong hated Lu Ming to the core. Previously, in the only sacred flail in the ancient Sun Sanctuary, he was no match for Lu Ming's great sage accomplished cultivation with his great sage perfected cultivation. He was defeated by Lu Ming in public and was humiliated. Now that he had entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and broken through to the Absolute Saint Realm, he was ambitious and wanted to compete with the heroes of the world. He even wanted to completely trample Lu Ming under his feet. However, after meeting Lu Ming, he was still no match for him and was suppressed. He felt a lump in his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's right finger pointed at the void continuously. Then in the sky, an incomparably huge finger formed, as if a god had come from an eternal unknown place. A finger stretched out and pressed down on Luo Pokong. The scene was extremely shocking. Luo Pokong thrust his spear with all his might. A shocking spear light soared into the sky, trying to pierce through this finger. However, the result was that the spear light exploded and Luo Pokong was blasted down from the sky, falling to the ground. Boom! Luo Pokong landed on the ground. The ground exploded, and a huge pit was created. Although he managed to stabilize his body, his face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. You will never be my opponent. When you are defeated by me, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming stepped forward and looked down at Luo Pokong from above. Luo Pokong's face turned from pale to ashen. His eyes were full of anger and killing intent. You only have the upper hand for a moment, yet you dare to say that Brother Luo is not worthy of being your opponent. How arrogant! Brother Luo, let me give you a hand. Not far away, Kong Lang coldly spoke. He then stepped forward, and endless waves appeared around him. Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong to deal with Lu Ming. Alright, let's join forces and severely injure this brat. After that, we will bring him out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and cripple him. One want him to live like a dog for the rest of his life. Luo Pokong said. His voice was extremely cold and filled with endless killing intent. He had been defeated by Lu Ming time and time again, and there was an inner demon in his heart. The air wave treaded on the waves and headed toward Lu Ming. As expected, Kong Lang is going to make his move. Many people were moved. Kong Lang and Luo Pokong had come together. As expected, their relationship was not shallow. At this moment, although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not a match for Luo Pokong and Kong Lang's joint forces. It seemed that Lu Ming's side would eventually lose this battle. Many people sighed. Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak. If one of them had reached the Absolute Saint Realm, they would not have been in such a passive position. Two king physiques of the Absolute Saint Realm joining forces to fight a great saint. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. It was very pleasant to the ears and would not be forgotten after hearing it once. Who is it? Kong Lang shouted as he looked around. In the distance, a graceful figure stepped through the air. It's Luo Tianyi. Someone cried out in alarm as he recognized the person. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tianyi was here. Luo Tianyi slowly walked over to Kong Lang and said, If you want to fight, then I'll fight with you. Humph. Luo Tianyi, you're only ranked 36th on the Saint King ranking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. It won't be too late to fight Lu Ming after I defeat you. Kong Lang snorted coldly and stepped toward Luo Tianyi. Under his feet, a huge wave rose to the sky, as if it was going to annihilate everything. At this moment, Luo Tianyi's eyes turned dark, as if they had turned into two abysses. Kong Lang's body suddenly stopped. The waves under his feet churned and his body started to tremble. Illusion break! Kong Lang roared and waved his hands. In an instant, huge waves surged up and destroyed the world, as if to break Luo Tiany's illusion. However, when all the waves rushed toward Luo Tiany, they automatically separated, as if they were deliberately avoiding Luo Tiany. A moment later, Kong Lang's body trembled, and his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Luo Tiany's eyes returned to normal and she said indifferently, "You're not my match." "You," Kong Lang was shocked. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already injured. He could not break Luo Tiany's sky illusion law at all. Luo Tiany gave him an unfathomable feeling. Luo Tiany is so powerful. The current Saint King ranking is not that accurate. It can't be taken seriously. Luo Tiany is too low-key. Although she's ranked 36th on the Saint King list, her strength is probably enough to rank in the top 20. Many people were shocked by Luo Tiany's strength. In the battle just now, Luo Tiany had made Kong Lang spit blood without even moving his hand. Such strength was simply strange and unpredictable. Chapter 1881. Chapter 1881. Desolate power breaks through to absolute saint. Even if they had the same king body and cultivation realm, there would be strong and weak ones. The strength of a person's battle consciousness, magical ability, and usage of laws all determine the strength of a person's battle power. Moreover, even though they were all king path laws, there were stronger and weaker ones. Some king path laws were extremely terrifying in power, surpassing other king path laws. For example, Luo Tiany's sky illusion law could make people fall into an endless illusion without moving. There was also Luo Kank Iong's law of deprivation, which was said to be able to deprive everything and was even more overbearing. "Luo Pokong, let us go!" Kong Lang shouted. He didn't dare to continue fighting, and his figure flickered into the distance. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of unwillingness. Il's body moved and also headed into the distance. Lu Ming did not give chase. Although his strength was stronger than Luo Pokong's, there was a limit to it. If Luo Pokong was determined to leave, with his terrifying speed of penetrating laws, he would not be able to stop him. Retreat! Seeing Luo Pokong and Kong Lang retreat, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to continue fighting. He roared and turned into a gust of wind, fleeing into the distance and disappearing without a trace. The others also abandoned their opponents and fled frantically. Damn it, at least this kid escaped quickly. Next time, I'll definitely destroy him. Desolate Li cursed. He was very unhappy. He was an invincible existence among the younger generation of the Desolate race. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly in a battle with someone of the same generation. "Luo Tiany, thank you." Lu Ming walked toward Luo Tiany and smiled. "There's no need to thank me," Luo Tiany smiled and said. "I was in seclusion. I heard that there was a battle here as soon as one came out. I came to take a look. One didn't expect it to be you. It's a pity I'm too late." "Not too late, just in time," Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming is also familiar with Luo Tiany. So many experts have gathered. "It's truly shocking," someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also familiar with Luo Tiany. With Luo Tiany, there were too many geniuses on Lu Ming's side. He already had 5 king's bodies. In addition to his own chaotic body, the power was too shocking. And there are so many beautiful women. "I'm so envious," someone sighed, and many people immediately agreed. Luo Tiany, Qiu Yu, and Feng Ling were all beautiful women who had stunned the world. Any one of them was one of the top beauties in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, the 3 of them were familiar with Lu Ming. How could he not be envious? This kid is such a womanizer. I wonder how my sister is doing. With her arrogant temper, would she be able to endure it? I'm really looking forward to it. Xian Yanjuan chuckled. Many people turned to look at Xian Yanjuan. Could it be that this proud daughter of heaven from Rhe ancient saint clan knew Lu Ming? The battle is over. Let's go, Xian Yanjuan said and turned to leave. The geniuses of the ancient saint clan followed behind Xian Yanjuan as if she was their leader. After that, some people also turned around and left. "Huang Ling, Desolate Force, you're both injured. Let us heal first." Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and the rest. "All right." Huang Ling, Huang Li, Long Chen, Qiu Yu, and a few other injured people sat in the air, consumed elixirs, and began to heal. Not long after, Huang Ling was the first to finish her healing. She had the undying celestial phoenix body, and her life force was extremely exuberant. She was said to be undying, and no matter how serious her injuries were, she could recover very quickly. After that, Long Chen and Xueqi also ended their healing. Their injuries weren't that serious. Only the Desolate power was left. He had taken the Desolate power head-on, and his body had been pierced with a few holes. He was severely injured. At this moment, his muscles wriggled and the holes were filled up. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Desolate Li's body. This is the aura of an absolute saint. Lu Ming's eyes widened and he revealed a look of joy. After a huge battle, Desolate power had actually broken through and entered the absolute saint realm. However, this was normal. Desolate power's cultivation had long reached the great saint perfection realm. He was the closest to the absolute saint realm among them. After this period of cultivation and the battle just now, it was not surprising that his potential had been stimulated and he had broken through in one go. Ha ha ha! Desolate power has broken through to the absolute saint realm. That's great! The other members of the Desolate race were also overjoyed. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also looked happy. With a breakthrough in Desolate power, their strength would become even stronger in the future. It would not be so easy for Feng Wuchen to deal with them. If Desolate Li broke through to the absolute saint realm, he would still be able to fight Feng Wuchen. Some people were watching from afar, and those who had not left were also shocked. Desolate Li had broken through to the absolute saint realm. An absolute saint with a king body was definitely powerful. Coupled with Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, Lu Ming and his group would become a force that could not be underestimated in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. During this period of time, many people in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy are breaking through. After a period of time, I'm afraid there will be an even more exciting clash in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. That's right. In fact, there are many king physiques whose cultivation hasn't reached the saint realm yet. When these people all enter the saint realm, the collision will be even more intense. That will be a true great era. They're still the strongest group of people who have been cultivating in the Holy Ji battlefield. When they break out of seclusion, they'll probably be even stronger. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll become stepping stones for others in this great era. Some of the geniuses were discussing. They felt pressured, but they were also filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to burst out with brilliant sparks in this brilliant great era and be remembered by everyone. Ilu-hu-hu. In the heavens and earth, endless origin energy gathered towards the Desolate power. Give him a hand. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of raw gemstones exploded, turning into rolling raw energy that surged towards the Desolate power. Long Chen and the rest also took out large piles of raw gemstones and exploded them. As the vast amount of origin chi was absorbed by the Desolate power, his aura became stronger and stronger. Rolling saint power shot into the sky like smoke. After a few hours, the aura of the Desolate power was retracted, and he opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, Long Chen. You'd better hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, I won't have any opponents. Desolate Li laughed out loud and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, when are you going to have a big fight with me? TM not free. Lu Ming rejected him directly. He would not have a good life if he was entangled with this battle maniac. Desolate Li touched his head helplessly, causing many people to laugh. Let us go back. Luo Tianyi, do you want to go together? Lu Ming looked at Luo Tianyi. All right. Luo Tianyi nodded with a smile. She was extremely charming, causing the young men from the Divine Elephant Sect, Phoenix Palace, and the Desolate race to stare at her. Other than Feng Ling and Long Chen, the others were all very curious. Luo Tianyi, the holy successor of the Jade Lake Divine Palace, was a peerless beauty. She actually helped Lu Ming and seemed to be very familiar with him. She even listened to him. This made many people's imagination run wild. Xueqi blinked her eyes. She looked at Lu Ming and then at Luo Tianyi. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, the group returned to their residence and gathered in a spacious courtyard. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.